Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call our Monday, September 27th, Fayetteville City Council meeting to order. We welcome those who are joining us remotely. The council is still, our chambers are being renovated at this time, and the council was still working out of a modified space, but we thank those council members who are joining us by phone. Councilmember Ingram and Councilmember Waddell, are you both there?
Present.
Is Councilmember Waddell on? She is. Yes. Okay, all right. So at this time, council, we will move to the invocation. For the sake that I will be speaking a lot tonight, please forgive me. I have to remove the mask temporarily. I have Dr. Green here, so she'll tell us about the best health practices, but we're distance, I promise. But at this time, I'll go to Councilmember Hare for the invocation, following which, if we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, please. Dear Father, we call upon you once more. Lord, we just thank you for life. We thank you for strength, the ability to be mobile, to get up out of our beds in the morning. God, we thank you so much. We thank you, Father, for protecting us and protecting our families as we deal with this continual health crisis in the world. We know, Father, that you are superior. We know that you have the authority over all things. And right now, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we continue to ask you for your healing power, your healing grace to go across this globe, Father, as we all try to heal and to get better. We continue to ask you to take care of our men and women that are fighting abroad, and all of our healthcare workers, all of those men and women that are on the front lines. Lord, we ask you to continue to help them and lift them up and to encourage them in sometimes some difficult times to get out there on the front line. And tonight, Father, as we sit before you, as we go through the agenda tonight, Father, give us patience. Help us with our patience and our understanding, and to be able to work with one another, Father, not to talk over each other, Father, but to listen and to move forward. All of those that are going to be speaking on agenda items tonight, Father, we ask you to help us to understand and to give fair, justice for all. Lord, there is so much I could ask you for. There's so much I can thank you for, but we just thank you for being God. Whatever plan that the enemy has right now, in the name of Jesus, I ask you to come forward and cut the head of the enemy off. Don't give him no strength against the things of Jesus Christ. And all of these things we ask you, Father, in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Councilmember Hare. At this time, under our announcements and recognitions, we will certainly respect the time of our Health Director, Dr. Green, to come forth and to update us on the latest of Cumberland County and City of Fayetteville's COVID. Dr. Green, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me back again. It is always a pleasure to be here. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So we will start, as we always do, with the small disclaimer, and the disclaimer is that this information is changing quickly, and the information that we share tonight is true today and for today only, especially over the last few days. We'll hear an update about booster shots, and that information has changed probably on a daily basis for the last week or so. So we want to make sure that we have the most up-to-date and recent data. In total, in Cumberland County, we've had more than 41,000 cases over the course of the pandemic. The good news is we're beginning to see a slight decline in our number of cases and our case positivity rate, and we will look at that here on the next slide. Our case positivity rate as of today is at 10.6%. Our target number is at 5%. So while this is you'll see on the next slide is an improvement, that number has come down. A few weeks ago, we were at about 15%. And so we've seen this number tick down a little bit, but is still far too high. And then in terms of deaths, we've had 417 deaths since the beginning of the pandemic. This death is an indicator that tends to lag behind because it relies on death certificates, so it takes a while to get the data in. So we likely have more than that, but those are the numbers that have been reported to the state at the moment. On the left-hand side of the slide, you see a map, and this is from the CDC's data tracker. This is the number, and this has replaced our county alert system that many folks will be familiar with. This indicates the level of community transmission. So the entire state, and really, frankly, the entire country is mostly in red, which indicates levels of high community transmission. We have one state, California, and maybe one other as of this morning that is no longer in the red, but every county in North Carolina is in the red with high community transmission. So this chart shows the number week over week of our testing since, and when I say we, that's in Cumberland County, not just at the health department, the number of tests performed week over week. The bar on the very right-hand side is an incomplete week, so I always say that bar is a little bit short and will probably get taller over time as we get the data in. But you can see this is in thousands of tests. So at the very top, we have 10,000 tests. We peaked at about 10,000 tests over each week around the holiday season, dropped off a bit over the summer, but you can see in the last few weeks, we've seen an increase in the number of tests being performed as we see more cases coming around in our community. So this chart shows our number of cases just in a little bit different way. So on the top chart is our 7-day moving average, and I pulled this data down from the CDC's data tracker. So you can see on the top graph in July, we had started to see a really an increase in our number of cases. And over recent weeks, that's leveled out just a little bit, and now we're starting to see a decline. But as you can see, we're still well above where we were in April, well above where we were in May. So while we're seeing a slight decline, it's not coming down quickly enough. We still need to do some work there. And then our death data is on the chart below that, and so you can, that data tracks a bit. In April and July, we had days where we didn't have anybody pass away due to COVID, and that was a very good thing in April and in early summer. And then that number quickly picked back up in August, so, and it's starting to decline just a bit here as well. This data shows our number of cases broken down by particular demographics. On the left-hand side of the chart, you have the breakdown by race. And so in Cumberland County, 38% of our cases are among those that are African American, 41% among white. We're actually just slightly underrepresented for African Americans in Cumberland County. They make up about 41% of our population. That's the denominator that our state health department uses. On the right-hand side, you see the breakdown by those that identify as Hispanic. About 15% of our cases are among those that identify as Hispanic. So we are overrepresented in terms of cases for those that identify as Hispanic. And this is a breakdown of our cases by age. So and this is going to contrast with our vaccination data. So keep this chart in mind here. The majority of our cases are among those, 44% are among those that are 25 to 49. And that makes sense because those are our frontline workers, those are our teachers, our daycare workers. About 17% of our cases are among those that are 18 to 24. We've heard in national news and state news lately about increases among our younger people and under the age of 18, and that's true. Our overall data still is represented them as a small proportion of our cases, although those numbers are increasing because they're not the one, those are the individuals that are not yet vaccinated, are little ones that are under the age of 12 and certainly under the age of 18. So a little bit about testing in Cumberland County. We have more than 40 different test sites in Cumberland County, and frankly, it's hard to even keep up with all the pop-up sites now. But there's a full list on our state health department website, or you can type into your search bar, find my testing place, and be able to find that quickly. We also have 2 new initiatives at the health department. For a few weeks now, we've had at-home test kits available. These are PCR test kits, meaning you can pick one up from the health department. You can send out, you swab yourself or your child over the age of 2. You send that out to a lab, and that test result comes back to you. So we've had those available for pickup at the health department for a few weeks now. And then we've also distributed those to some agencies that have high contact with the public. So for example, our first responders. New to the health department, hopefully this week or the week following, we will have some antigen rapid test kits. So this will be one that you can pick up from the health department. You can swab yourself and get your result back in 15 minutes. And you need, for both of these tests, you do need some smartphone capability. It uses technology. You connect it with your phone so that you can get your result back. So those I anticipate will be available later this week or next week for pickup. And we can only order those in small increments from the health department. So we want to make sure that our agencies, our homeless serving agencies, for example, have access to those. So we'll be sharing test kits with them. Again, our first responders, and then also available for the public as soon as we have supplies available. We also have resumed testing at the health department. So on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we do testing 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And that's a PCR test that you send out to the lab and get your result back in a few days. So the vaccination effort has truly been a community effort. This is data from our CDC data tracker, and I'll note that this chart does include data from the VA, Department of Defense, so Fort Bragg, Federal Bureau of Prisons, Indian Health Service. A few of the charts subsequent to this that are not from the CDC will not include that data, but this point does. So I want to point out a couple of numbers on this graph for you. If we look at our overall population, that includes some of our population that is not yet eligible to be vaccinated, so our ones under 12, we have about 53% of our population fully vaccinated. I'll highlight, if we look at just our 65 and older group, 86% have been vaccinated, and that tracks well because on the previous slides, those that are 65 and older make up a very small percentage of our cases. We've seen that number drop off dramatically as we have that population vaccinated. If we look at our eligible population, so all of those 12 and older, we're at about 64% fully vaccinated. So while we've seen increases, we need to see many more of our community members roll up their sleeve and get vaccinated. So if we look at this by breakdown by race, this is where I'll point out the reporting differences. The previous slide was from the CDC. This data is from our state health department because our CDC data does not include a demographic breakdown, so we have to pull this down from our state health department. And our state health department, our federal partners don't report to the state, they report to the feds. So this data is not quite complete in terms of demographics. But for race, if we look at the chart on the left, our white bars, or the purple bars, are those that identify as white. Those that identify as American Indian or Alaskan Native are at the very top in the small blue bar. And this represents the percentage of our vaccines that have gone to these particular demographic groups. So in Cumberland County, 37% of our doses have gone to those that are African American, 44% that are white, and then we do a pretty good job of collecting race and ethnicity data, although people can choose not to report that if they choose not to. And then on the left-hand side, we have this broken down by ethnicity. So 8% of our shots have gone to those that identify as Hispanic, and Hispanic individuals make up 12% of our population. And then if we look at our vaccines by age, I want to point out a few highlights here. Again, this does not include DOD data, so Fort Bragg data here. But our bar that is in this kind of maroon color is our 18 to 24-year-olds. In Cumberland County, about 8% of our shots have gone to those that are 18 to 24. So this is the group where we're lagging behind. They make up 13% of our population. All of the other age groups are fairly well represented. Of course, we don't have any vaccinations for those that are under the age of 12, and they make up 17% of our population. So once our younger people become eligible, we'll see those numbers jump up for sure, because we have a large percentage of our population that's not even yet eligible to get vaccinated. But our 18 to 24-year-olds are really where we have work to do. We've been between us and the hospital, we've been on all of our college campuses to give vaccines multiple times, and I'm very appreciative to those individuals, those agents, those institutions that have worked with us. And then the Millennial Council has also worked with us to produce some videos. And then the Downtown District hosted us during First Fridays as well, so to try to get some of those 18 to 24-year-olds vaccinated. One statewide data point that I'd be remiss of pointing out, and it's not local data, but I think this is telling. We get a lot of questions about, well, why should I get vaccinated if you need a booster shot? Why should I get vaccinated if I can still get COVID? And for me, the key message here is that a vaccine really is strong, the data is strong, that prevents severe illness and hospitalization and death. And our statewide data tells this picture very well. So in North Carolina, if you are unvaccinated, you are 4.5 times more likely to get COVID, to get infected with COVID, and you are 15 times more likely to die if you are unvaccinated. And this bears out true in our hospital data here locally. For me, that's the message that even if you get COVID, you're more likely to have a mild case, and we want to prevent death and severe illness. So the big news over the last several days has been about boosters. So hang with me here as we kind of walk through this. So for about a month now, we've had additional doses for those that are immune compromised. So that means if you self-attest that you have a condition that severely or moderately impacts your immune system, you are currently eligible to get a COVID vaccine, Moderna or Pfizer. So no additional doses right now for those that have received J&J. But if you are immune compromised, today you are eligible for both Moderna and Pfizer. You need to get the same vaccine that you got the first time unless something is not available. So if you got Pfizer, you need to get Pfizer again. If you got Moderna, you need to get Moderna again. And that you have to be at least 28 days after your second dose of either Moderna or Pfizer. And again, no additional doses for J&J at this time. although I anticipate that may happen. So last week and the week prior was the big news for booster shots for the general public. So that process goes first through the FDA. Pfizer needs to submit their packet, or any of the manufacturers need to submit their packet to the FDA. It goes from the FDA's advisory committee to the full FDA. Then it goes to the CDC's advisory committee, and then it goes to the CDC director. So we had a bit of, I call it public health drama last week and the week prior as we bounced through these different committees. But the Moderna did not submit a packet to the FDA, so this is only for those that receive Pfizer for their first and second dose. So on Friday, very early, the CDC director approved booster doses for Pfizer only for those that are 6 months after their second dose, and only for those that are 18 and over. And only for particular populations. So the CDC director signed off on booster shots for those that are 65 and older. She said they should, and those in long-term care facilities, those individuals should get a booster shot. If you are between the ages of 50 to 64 with an underlying health condition that puts you at risk for COVID, severe illness from COVID, you also should receive a booster shot. Again, 6 months after your second dose, and if you're over the age of 18. And then if you are 18 to 49, then you may get a booster shot. It doesn't say you necessarily should, but you may get a booster shot if you have some underlying condition that would make you at risk for COVID. And then if you work in a setting that puts you at risk for COVID, and that could be, frankly, broadly interpreted. If you are between the ages of 18 to 64, you're a teacher, you're a healthcare worker, you work in an institution, maybe you work in a manufacturing plant that puts you in close contact with others, or a daycare, you also may receive a booster shot as long as you're 6 months after your second dose. So those are the populations that are approved to receive booster shots right now. And here's a long list of conditions, so it's very broad about who would be eligible. It's sort of the conditions that we've been talking about all along: pregnancy, cancer, heart disease, smoking, obesity, a long list here. And we are getting our standing orders from our medical director signed off today, so I anticipate we will have those available next week. It's a shift. You have to reprint all your paperwork and redo everything once you start doing booster shots. No booster shots for Moderna and J&J yet for these populations, except remember, if you are immune compromised, you can also get a third dose now. What you cannot do is get 4 doses. So you can't say, I'm immune compromised, I'm going to get a third dose, and I'm also going to get a booster dose. So 3 shots max for you, for somebody that got Pfizer. And then it's a little bit challenging for our minors. So right now, if you are a minor, you are eligible to get, and you got Pfizer, you are eligible to get a first dose and a second dose and an additional dose if you're immune compromised, but boosters are only available for those that are over 18. So a little bit of nuance there that we are quickly working to understand and train our staff on so that we have a clear understanding of who is eligible, especially if you're a minor, 16 or 17 years old. So, and then in the state of North Carolina, in August, the legislature changed the minor consent law so that minors cannot consent for themselves as they previously were for a vaccine that is under an emergency use authorization. So if you remember maybe a month and a half ago, the FDA gave full approval to Pfizer. So that means our minors that are 16 and 17 do not need parental consent. If you are a minor and you are 12 to 15, you do need parental consent. And then because our additional doses are under an emergency use authorization at this moment, that also requires parental consent. So it's a little bit nuanced if you are under the age of 18, and what we'd encourage the public to do is to call us, and we're happy to walk you through it. We also have this information on our website and kind of a click through so that you get landed in the right spot for when you need and what you should get for your vaccine. So a couple of things that we've done. We vaccinate every day at the health department, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We also are available during our late night clinics. We do late night clinics once a month, so we have vaccines available there as well. We rotate our libraries on Saturdays. So each Saturday we're at a different library. Some Saturdays we're at 2 libraries. We've also worked with FTCC, Methodist to vaccinate their students. And then FSU is utilizing our state vendor for their vaccinations. We've had the opportunity to work with the city and the county to vaccinate their employees, as well as PwC. We collaborate very closely with Cumberland HealthNet and the Healthier Together team to plan vaccination clinics. And then on October 9th, we have a Vax Your Pet, Vax Yourself event coming up at the health department. So that will be a rabies clinic, so vaccinate your pet and then vaccinate yourself for COVID, and then for our kids, all of your back to school vaccinations. So lots of things happening throughout the county that we want you to be aware of. I think that is my last slide. So I'll pause there to see what questions you have. That was a lot of information to digest all at one time.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Do you have a question, Councilmember Wright?
So, thank you for that presentation,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Green. I had a couple of questions. Some people say that one shot is better than the other when it comes to Pfizer or Moderna. What do you say? Is that something that's true?
So we want people to get the vaccine that's available to them. So we'd rather you have a vaccine than not have a vaccine. And it's also going to depend on, for some people, what your other health conditions are and what the ingredients are. So you may be allergic to something that's not in one of the other vaccines. But we will recommend that we don't recommend one vaccine over the other. Pfizer and Moderna are both very effective, even against the Delta variant, as is J&J. The recent news has been that Pfizer is maybe a little bit more effective in preventing severe illness and hospitalization. But across the board, in terms of vaccinations, all 3 are extremely effective, and sometimes even more effective than some of our other vaccines that we have at protecting against COVID.
Okay, thank you. You said that at the health department, you're giving J&J and the Pfizer. Is that those 2 only and not Moderna at the health department?
We are getting Moderna in. We had a limited supply in previous weeks, but now, and there was a freeze on the ordering, so now we're able to order again. So we will have Moderna here in the next few days in regular supply.
Okay, my final question would be, and I might have missed this in your presentation, about the booster shot, the location of the booster shot, and is the booster shot only for Moderna or Pfizer, or how can you take the booster shot? Is it both for both?
So when you say location, you mean like where do you get it?
Where? Yeah.
Oh, so it's also still in your arm.
No. The
Oh,
location.
where can you go?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you can come to the health department for your booster shot. I anticipate that we will start that this week. And then most of, if not all of our vaccine providers in the community are giving out booster shots. I believe the hospital started today. So in most locations, and you do not need to go back to where you received your first 2 doses. So if you came to us, you can go to your primary care provider or wherever it's available. So the booster shots are a little bit complicated. So for Moderna, if you are immune compromised, you are eligible to get a 3rd dose. If you are not immune compromised, if you don't have, let's say, HIV or cancer or something that suppresses your immune system, you are not eligible for Moderna at this time. The FDA has not approved vaccine booster shot for non-immune compromised people for Moderna. If you have, and I anticipate that will come in the coming weeks, but it just has not been approved yet because Moderna did not submit approval to the FDA yet. And then Pfizer is available for anybody that is in these populations, 65 and older, underlying medical conditions, and if you're immune compromised. So a little bit of nuance there for depending on if you're immune compromised or not.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Kinston, Harry McLaughlin, and then we have to let Dr. Green get back to keeping the county safe.
Dr. Green, the question I had is having a discussion with some coworkers. They were saying they were looking at getting their children vaccinated, but the concern was if they normally do a flu shot, the conversation was, can they get the flu shot and the vaccine at the same time, or is it best to separate those?
Oh, great question. So yes, that's new this year. It wasn't the case last year. You can get your flu shot and your COVID vaccine at the same time. So this year, as we're moving through the long list of vaccine clinics we're doing, we're going to, if we're offering COVID, we're going to offer you a flu vaccine. You can get them on the same day, same time. We're just going to give you 2 injections instead of 1.
Okay. And then the other question I had is with younger children, there seems to be more conversations about the RSV that they're catching. Is that something new because of COVID, or is it just because the symptoms are very much seems to be the same?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So RSV, we had an unusual spike over the summer. Usually RSV doesn't come until later in the year around flu season time, but actually we had an increase, not just in North Carolina, but nationwide in RSV over the summer. So it was kind of at an odd time of the year. And so it's really critical that people put those layers of protection in, wearing your mask, social distancing, because of RSV. So it's not, I think we're still teasing the why out, but it's not, RSV is not unusual in general. It's unusual at over the summer. That's not typically when we see it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Hare.
Thank you, Mayor. How are you doing, Doc?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good. As you were talking about the age of where people can come in now, I think it's like the age group is 65 and older. I guess that's for the Pfizer group.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Unless they have some form of an underlying condition, they can kind of move up.
Correct, yes.
All right. If you have this answer, when do you think there'll be a possibility for those that are like in the 60 to 64 range? Is there a time coming where they can get their shots, or is that?
So if you're 60 to 64 and you don't have any other underlying
Right, you don't have
conditions,
any underlying-
you don't work in a work in a place that is high occupational risk. I anticipate that we may have a booster shot maybe in the coming months for the general public, but that was part of the
Okay,
debate.
so that'll be a general public. Okay,
Right,
I got you.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that was partially what the FDA and the CDC were debating last week. The CDC's advisory committee said no, and then the CDC director said yes. So that's hotly debated at the moment in the public health world, and I anticipate at some point there will be a booster for everybody. It's just the when, as we still try to get people to get their first and second doses.
Okay, thank you. I get that question quite often.
Yes,
Thank you, Mayor.
it's
Thank
coming.
you, Dr. Green.
And the same for our younger than 12. I anticipate what we're hearing is maybe before the end of the year, we'll have vaccines for younger than 12.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
Thank you for being here with us today. I do have 2 quick questions. Because of we going towards the winter months, is there anticipation that the numbers will probably triple because of the winter months, or double?
That is a great question. So I wish I had a crystal ball. So last year we saw a couple of things happen because of Thanksgiving and Christmas and all of our holiday seasons. We typically see a spike after those holidays. This year we also, thank you to the city and to the county, we have protective measures and wearing a mask. So that will hopefully have a level of protection here. And we also have more people vaccinated. Of course, we didn't have vaccines last winter, early winter of last year. So the scenario is a little bit different. So I do anticipate, just like we've had around other holidays, we'll have a spike after Thanksgiving, have a spike after Christmas, and we'll do our best to kind of get more people vaccinated so we don't have that. But if we have these protective measures in case, we can effectively manage that so we don't see this huge surge in cases like we did last year. And of course, we'll have more people vaccinated than we did last year.
Okay, and I understand with the being around family, but I was thinking that I've heard talks with, depending on the season, the winter months, it seems to be a increase because of the temperature. My second question is, for the booster, are citizens able to travel to get the booster shot in another state just as they did with the vaccine?
Yes, so there's not, well, let me say, for North Carolina, and frankly, I would can imagine in other states, there's no residency requirement because there are federal resources. So the CDC has said you may not require you to get, you don't have to be a North Carolina resident, and we did that last time. And the other piece, you're right about the summer months, about the seasonality of this. We're still trying to determine if it's a seasonal, what that's going to look like long-term. But people also tend to go inside where there's more transmission indoors in the winter months than we do. We don't hang out outside as much as we do in the summertime. So that's another factor. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Green. I didn't see any other questions. Very informative as always.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to continuing to get those numbers headed in a positive direction. But
Thank you for your time this evening.
thank you. All right, council. 5.0 is the city manager's report, which tonight will include update or conversation with our rental assistance contractors.
Thank you, Mayor. We have tonight Chris Cawley, ECD Director, and he will introduce our consultant partners.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
Heck of a year, right? Yes. But before we talk to our partner that's been working our emergency rental assistance program, I just wanted to just kind of set the stage for how we got to where we are today. We've been through a lot this past year. Back in March of 2020, we got the first CARES Act funding. It was over double what we get normally on an annual year, and we decided to help people with rent and utilities in a program that we had never done before. So we tapped 3 community partners that had been tried and true and been with us for years. And we learned a lot. We started out with long wait times, a wait list of over 1,000 people. 211 struggled to handle the influx of calls that we had at the state level. And there were a lot of complaints. So in response to that, in April, we added 8 other community partner agencies. 2 of them backed out. Once we started talking about the level of work, the level of record keeping, and what the federal requirements were, we still move forward with 9 partners in total in the community. And fast forward about a year, maybe a little bit more, we spent $1.2 million helping people. I couldn't be prouder of our team and our community for taking that effort. This massive local undertaking informed the city on the amount of coordination, demand, and logistics that were required for a program like this. Logistics like setting up and staffing a call center that receives 3 times as many calls as the city's does on a daily basis. And a secure website that can handle thousands of simultaneous users and protect their personal information. Innovative Emergency Management, Inc. is our partner, and Earl Randall is here to brief council on the current and future state of the ERAP program. So with that, I'm going to introduce Earl. I'm going to hand you a couple of things related to our partner and a couple of handouts that he has, and we'll let him take it away. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you guys for having me here to represent IEM as the city's partner. The partner in administering the Emergency Rental Assistance Program for the city of Fayetteville. IEM is a North Carolina-based global management consulting firm with 36 years of experience, specializing in innovative strategies, technologies, and solutions. As Chris mentioned, my name is Earl Randall. I've been with IEM about 3 years. I'm the Director of Compliance and Monitoring. But in my previous life, I was the disaster specialist for the state of Louisiana and the state of New York after Hurricanes Katrina and Superstorm Sandy. So I guess you can say my life has been a disaster, one disaster after another one. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, the experience that we bring to Fayetteville is dealing with different types of disasters. And this economic recovery is a unique disaster. It's one where we're looking at some of our most vulnerable populations, and we're trying to economically recover the most vulnerable populations with funds that have been appropriated. I would call them once-in-a-lifetime funds. So these funds are here to help address a need within the community that is present in communities all around the country. So what IEM has done, we've managed over $250 billion in disaster recovery dollars and have performed 3.7 million eligibility reviews for local and state partners. But IEM brings a wealth of experience to adequately address the capacity issue. And what I mean by the capacity issue is that you have communities all around the country that receive this funding. But these communities, the local communities, the state communities, don't have the capacity to carry those undertakings out. And I say they don't have the capacity to do it because, one, we're in COVID. There's CARES Act money. There's money on top of money. And those staff resources, they don't have the staff resources to undertake additional money to get out. So they have to reach out to partners. And so reaching out to partners helps them to administer these funds. I'm glad Chris had given the background on what the city had experienced with the CARES Act funding. When we look at CARES Act funding and we look at what the city has gone through in trying to administer the $1.2 million over that year, we find ourselves in a situation where coming in to launch a new program on June 1st, a contractor has to understand, in a community of this, recovering from a magnitude of this, you inherit the good, the bad, and the ugly of everything that happened before you. So when we launched on June 1st, there were calls into the program saying that I've been waiting over a year. I've been waiting. So people were confusing the HOPE program, the previous CARES program, with this emergency rental program that launched on June 1st. So what we were able to do with June 1st is that we were able to bring to Fayetteville a dedicated software system that would allow online registration, online application, and online processing. Now keep in mind that communities around the country, some required in-person registration, which had lines circling buildings for folk to get processed. We didn't want to do that. This program was specifically designed to not be burdensome to the applicants. Now, while we do understand that there has been time lag and time delays, this undertaking was initially expected to be about 2,500 applications. We are well beyond 7,000 for the city of Fayetteville. So there's a lot of folk that are requiring assistance that we are here to address. Now, what IEM brings is we don't bring just folk to process paper. We understand that every application is a family that needs to be stabilized. That's our commitment. So I'm glad that Chris introduced us as a partner, and we take that very seriously. I'm not just a program executive that'll just come in. I actually roll my sleeves up and I get down and dirty with the applicants myself. So I know some of your landlords. I know some of your tenants. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of this program. And I shared with Chris and the assistant city manager that in a given day, I would see something that would break my heart, and I also see something that would make my heart well up with joy and pride for what we're doing for people on a daily basis. So as of last Friday, we've obligated $4,093,825 in rental assistance and utility payments that have stabilized 636 Fayetteville families so far. As I mentioned, there was an unanticipated volume of applicants to this program. And so we've done a number of things to pivot and to try to address that unprecedented number. This RAP program is still averaging over 100 applications a day. And the call center to date has received 31,650 calls. Now, we bring in that dedicated software, but we also bring in a dedicated call center. But the call center is multifunctional. The call center is there to not only just answer people's calls for customer service, but it's also to give individuals technical assistance in getting their applications into the system. So what does that mean? We understand that we're servicing some of the most vulnerable populations in Fayetteville. So everyone is not computer savvy. Everyone doesn't have access to a computer. Everyone doesn't have access to a smartphone. But what that does is we have a call center that can walk folk through that application and get their application into the system. Now, keep in mind, there were about 1,775 applications just to come in the month of June alone. There was another 1,500 that came in July. and almost another 1,500 to come in August, and we're still averaging almost 100 a day. So there is a backlog of applicants coming into the program, and we are adequately addressing that backlog. Some of the things that we've been able to do is we understand that local partnership is important. So we've reached out to 4 local nonprofits that dedicated some additional resources to us that we can help process some of the high-risk cases as well as walk-ins. We understand that there's some folk that may not want to call on the phone or that may not have the patience to wait for a phone call, and they need to make an appointment and come in. We facilitate those appointments. We take in the walk-in appointments, and we get people in. Another unique caveat about this particular program is that when we launched June 1st, we didn't launch and just say, well, we're going to intake for 3 months. We're going to intake and we're going to process awards at the same time. That's unprecedented. It put an additional strain on staff because we were intaking applications and we dedicated folk to review. So we made a commitment to get the first awards out in 2 weeks, and we did that. We were able to get the first awards out in 2 weeks. And so, but what that does, we had to meet the priorities of the Treasury. The Treasury said that we had to prioritize the lowest income individuals first for 30 days. So what does that do? We take that first 30-day priority, but we also have to, what that means is it's stacking those other applications up for 30 days. So in that 30-day window, we had to make sure that we implemented a first in, first out protocol. So in first in, first out, we wanted to take the earliest and work our way to the end. But in this climate, with the eviction moratorium being lifted, there's threat of eviction. So we have to have a prioritized system in place. So when those prioritized escalations come up, we have a system in place to address those. We've set up a diversion program with the court system, and so we have a resource at the court. When evictions come into the court system, we are actually on average processing 8 to 10 escalations per day when court is in session. And so we've averted about 40 evictions since the beginning of this month when we started that program. So we're trying to catch people in their most vulnerable state at the most vulnerable time, all while trying to do first in and first out. This program will take some patience. Now, I did tell you in my former life, I worked for the federal government. So I worked for the federal government for 19 years. So I kind of take some liberties that I shouldn't take in the private sector, but I guess I kind of earned it. There are 2 things that never are on your side in disaster recovery. That's time and politics. You never have enough time to do it, nothing's ever fast enough, and it's never done quick enough. We understand that wholeheartedly, and you have a partner in IEM that understands that from the very depths of what it takes to recover a community. So we're going to work our hardest to understand those things. And that second thing about politics is the big P and the little p, bureaucracy. We've designed this program to streamline it in such a way that there are not burdensome documentation requirements. If you can take a picture of your bill and send it to us, we can upload it. If you have a letter that you need to take a picture of and scan it, or have someone do it for you, we can upload it. So there is no stringent burdens that we're placing on applicants at this time to get into the program. But you need the basic requirements to complete your application. So once that application is complete, we can actually move that through the process.
So Mr. Randall, we've got some questions, so I'm going to put a pause there for a moment if you can. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Shared a lot of great information. Before I go to the other colleagues, I do have some questions. I'm inundated almost daily with emails of people who can't get in touch with you, been approved for 3 months or since the program began. There was a status, understand maybe you can explain that a little bit. There was a way that people could log on and check the status of their application that is no longer functioning. There's a lot of issues at a time where we really can't afford that. So 2 questions I have for you. One, you said you were expecting around 2,500 applications roughly, but you got 7,000. That is just from the city because you all are also the contractor for the county.
That's
that
just
both?
the city's number. Correct.
Okay. So did you all bite off more than you can chew by doing it service for both city and county? That's one question.
I wouldn't say we bit off more than what we can chew. I think The county's numbers of applications are far less than the cities. But as you know, Fayetteville makes up a larger part of the county.
Right.
So, no, we didn't bite off more than we could chew. And as far as, just that number of applications, I think just having that sheer volume of applications and the way that this program is designed, where we have to, when we talk about rental arrears, we are validating that arrears. It's not just say, okay, we're going to cut you a check for $2,000 to pay some of your rent. We're actually reaching out to the landlords, and that coordination is key. The climate between tenants and landlords across this country is unreal right now, and it requires that coordination.
Right.
If that coordination there, it moves a lot faster. But we're getting some landlords that are cooperating, but we're getting some that aren't, and we move forward with the tenant when they don't.
Okay. Well, the other thing that I had a question about, a concern rather, is you did say that you are now reaching out to local partners to help with that, because you're not from here or IEM, so you may not have the same relationships that a local organization who is set up to do this on a regular basis. So I was really kind of curious, with the management side of this, because it seems like we brought in another layer. So for what I understood, your process is you guys do this nationally. You came into our community, you bid the city and the county, and then you reached out to the local partners to get to the grassroots touches to the landlords or to the tenants. Didn't we delay the process by putting you in the middle of it?
No, so when we bid to the city, we brought in our own staff. And so we actually hired local case managers here in Fayetteville. And so we staffed up with local case managers in Fayetteville. We reached out to the nonprofits just to help with the volume. We knew that there was an increased volume of applications, so we reached out to them, afterwards, just to be that local resource that can kind of help us get through some of those high risks. So it was reaching out to local partners to help in this process.
So final two questions, I promise.
Take your time.
Your average, well, I've got other council members that really have some concerns. The average turnaround time between an application and check out the door is what?
So the average turnaround time, when an application is assigned to a case manager and the case manager reaches out to that applicant, that time is literally it can actually be 1.5 to 3 weeks. Once the case manager notifies that applicant and they let that applicant know that, hey, all of your documentation is there, and we started the review process. Because there was a large volume of applications, some applications are sitting waiting to be assigned to case managers. That's just a given.
So let me repeat the question. What is the average time from the beginning of that process you stated to the checks being dispersed?
From the process when they assign the case manager?
Whatever time you start the clock, what is the time when the check is dispersed to landlords, tenants, or utility companies?
So once it's assigned to the case manager?
No. When I come in, I fill it out. You said there's a 1 to 2 week process between when a case manager gets it, right?
No, I didn't say that.
So if I apply for assistance,
if you apply
what's
for
the average
assistance,
time that my landlord gets a check so that he then stops procedures?
so when you apply for assistance, because there were so many applications and it's first in, first out, if you applied in July, there's almost 2,000 people in front of you.
I understand, but you don't have an average?
So the average time, so the fair answer to that question is when it's assigned a case manager, it's 1 to 3 weeks.
Okay. All right.
Can I just ask Mr. Randall to explain the whole idea of a completed submitted application?
Okay. A completed submitted application. If an applicant goes into the system and they have their documentation, they upload their documentation, and they hit the submit button, that application is submitted. It's a submitted application with documentation, and we review that application to make sure that all of the critical documents are in that application. So that's the difference between a submitted application. There are several applications in the system that are incomplete, so that people may have started the application and they didn't hit the button. There was one lady where she had someone help her with the application, and she did it in July, and they didn't hit the button. And so she called me, and I walked her through that process.
So that's helpful. But now you said that whatever the start date is, that because it's first in, first out, there were 2,000 people that were applying for assistance before your June 1st start date. Is that what you're saying?
No, the first week in June, we had 1,000 applications.
All right. So when
1,000
you were
applicants came
your
in.
contract was from June 1 on, right?
The contract, we signed the contract, I think it
Not
was like
I
in
mean
May.
effective date, whatever. it is.
The launch date of the program was June 1st.
Okay, so whether you had 2,000 or 10,000, those were part of the agreement that you had to provide the service for. So I guess what I'm trying to get to, the state's program is running on average 16 days, okay, to when checks are dispersed. That's not happening here. We've got people, and then the other thing is, I've intervened numerous times between the utility company just needing verification to take someone off the disconnect list that's been approved, but they don't have the money. So you have utility companies. My last and final question before I go to Councilmember Hare is, what are you doing to notify the utility companies that John Doe has been approved, this is his approval number, and check is on the way, please don't disconnect his lights?
Right. We have partnerships with the utility companies where we reach out to the utility companies and we put a pledge on the utility company to pay the balance, the past due balance, to bring them current. So we pledge the entire amount of the utility arrears.
So why are you having cases slip through the cracks?
So, to my knowledge, when we put a pledge, we only pledge when the application is approved and it's going to payment. So there's some instances where the pledge was incorrect or additional assistance may have come in, and we have to re-verify so we don't duplicate benefits. I have seen some instances where we had to re-verify so we don't duplicate benefits.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilman Hare.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Randall, I guess maybe my first question would be, without local support, local vendors, whenever you came into town, what was your staff role when you came into Fayetteville? Not your vendors, not your local support, but your company. How many employees did you all bring to our town, or however it works? I don't know if you're feeding it through the computer and it goes somewhere else.
So when we came in, we hired 5 case managers from Fayetteville. So we wanted to hire local. So we hired case managers from
And we
Fayetteville
appreciate that.
to be local. And that's our motto. You know, we want to be a part of the community, a part of the local community. So we hired local to staff up our case
Outside of the
managers.
local, and I'm fine with that. I mean, we are big on supporting our local business community. But outside of hiring local, how many ready-to-go staff did you all bring to Fayetteville?
So bringing to Fayetteville, we had our case managers, but we also had our program manager, which was not local. The program manager was not local, and the case manager
Give me
was
the
not
number.
local.
Give me the
So-
number.
So the number is maybe about five other positions that came in.
Okay, so outside of the vendors, you all brought in 5 staff members, and you say that over that certain period of time, and you give me when this was, that you all received 31,600 calls to the center.
So actually, and I'm sorry, we also staffed the call center. The call center had 12 call center agents on top of the case managers that we brought. So we operate a full-service call center that handled all of those calls.
Okay. Well, this is the concerns that I hear. I'm just like the mayor. I've had to intervene with folk getting their lights turned off and just things along that line. And I like the presentation. The presentation sounds great. I mean, I'm glad we were able to, I think you said, support over 600 families. I'm glad that you were able to do what,
Almost 4.1 million.
million to help with this. But at least with the folk that I talk to, it just seems like there's a miss still that's taking place. And it's not just here, but since this is where I'm a part of the responsibility,
Right.
it seems like we need to do something better, because there's something that's broken when I continue to hear people cry. I hear things like, I've been approved, but I didn't hear anything. I think the mayor stated that. I've had calls put in, either no one returned my call or I didn't get anybody when I called. You know, things like that. That's the bear. I mean, that's the bear. A phone call, an application. Where's my, is there a tracking device on, like some of our federal delivery people do? I mean, it just seems like, and I'm not, this is just what I get. So I got to give you what I get.
I understand. So what
Yes,
we've
sir.
been able to do to address that is,
It's just something broke.
yeah,
It's
with the
like it's
call
something
center,
broken.
we've put in a bifurcated function for the call center to where if you call the call center and you just want a status update, you can push a button for status update. We're gonna implement that. We're also gonna we're gonna send direct messages to all of the applicants just to reassure them that, hey, you're not forgotten. We're working through these processes. So we're owning communication. We're going to communicate better to applicants, just letting them know that, hey, your application is not forgotten. We are working first in, first out, taking the escalated cases, but we're also putting that information on that landing page on the website. We've updated the website to let them know, how much money has been obligated, other information to give notices about timing. We are working to get that timing down to where
Yes, sir.
once we get through the June applications and the July applications, we want to work that out strategically where folk can actually know where they are.
Yeah.
And so we are actually working to get that messaging out, and we provided you guys a cheat sheet. You said
Yes, sir. I
that
have
you all wanted to be able to have some stuff that what we are doing. So we gave you just that little card that that you can have at your disposal to be able to shoot some messages out, and like I said, we are here to own communication and to be able to get that message out.
Well, I do appreciate it. I know that it could be somewhat overwhelming. This is something that our city, our nation has never faced before, but we just got some broken places, and we really, really need to get them fixed, because our folk, they need some help. They own us, and we'll own the city manager, and now we'll own you tonight. We gotta fix these places.
Right.
We gotta fix these places.
And
Thank you.
We're definitely, thank you. We're definitely committed to fix those things and to be able to help folk, because this
I
is.
hope so, sir.
This is needed.
Thank you, Mr. Randall.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councilman Hare. Councilmember Kinston.
So one of the questions that I had is, you indicated that there were 636 approvals out of 7,000, and then 40 evictions that was stopped. When someone is calling in to get their status, is there a dedicated person that's answering those questions? And the reason why I'm asking is, with an approved application, both things have been put in by the applicant and by the landlord. I know of a case that has taken over 6 months after everything is approved. Have checked the information and the data. So my question is, even though you have the number of applicants coming in and it's first serve or first in, first out, is the 6 months, are you saying, outside of the ordinary for someone to have to wait in order to get the assistance that they need?
No, I'm a little confused about the 6 months that you said somebody waited. We've only launched in June, so we haven't been around 6 months yet.
Okay, so you're saying that they may have applied to another entity?
Yes, ma'am. We've been getting that a lot where some people confuse the programs.
Okay.
And they would say, look, I've been waiting all this time, and we've only been around June 1st. And so, we launched on June 1st, and so those that are beyond June 1st, that's not our program.
Okay, so the other question as far as communication with being able to do walk-in, or either when you call the phone number, applicants are saying, and I've done it myself, where you call and it just rings and nobody answers. So if there's a system issue or the system is down, how is that being communicated? And for those that have applied, but in the interim of this have even been evicted already, they may have lost their phone service and not able to call. how do they communicate with you to find out? Is there a way that your system, they can go into a library or something, key in their case number, and then it pulls it up, or they have to call and wait on a designated person to be able to answer their question?
So we do have an option in the system that allows us to take notes, from applicants that may need to send us a message. So I talked with our systems team about putting that in the forefront where folk can see it up front, and so they can go in and leave notes if they can't get through on the phone. So what we decided to do with the phone system is that we have an option where you can push one, and we're setting it up where you can push one to leave to get an update. But for those that may need application technical assistance, that may still need the full service of the call center, they will still have those options as well. So we're going to split it up to where, the calls are going different directions, where you're just not waiting in the queue if you're just there to get an update.
Okay.
So we're working to pivot to
But if they're waiting in the queue and you push option 1, are they waiting for an actual person to answer
Yes.
that question in the queue?
yes. Now,
So-
all of our calls are answered by call center agents. Because they're doing that multifunctional, and they may be helping somebody with an application, some of those call times may be a little lengthy. But everyone is, I don't want to say if you wait long enough, but if you wait, you will get a live person to answer.
Okay. And then what about the applicants that may submit an application and it's not completed? Do they go back to the end, or how is that handled?
So-
Because they've already waited to hear communication of where the application is.
So for all of the applications that have been submitted, once they hit the submit button and all their information is in, they're given a CRA number. So for applications that aren't complete, once they hit submit, then they go into the queue for completeness review. So once they hit the submit button, they'll go into the queue for completeness review, and our folk will pick it up and review it for completeness to let them know that everything is fine and everything is there.
And that's one of the 12. One of the 12 that you have in your call center.
Yes.
That's physically doing that.
So-
And you are looking at getting more.
Yes, we are looking at increasing staff resources. We are looking at every option to make this work better. Now, a lot of the times with what we're doing is we're looking at all the available resources that are available to us to bring on to make this a faster process. So we're doing everything that we can to train folks, so everyone has the option to go in and be able to help us review files. So we understand that reviewing the files makes the difference. A file review that's complete is a family that's moving closer to being stable.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Ingram.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, sir. I'll try to make this extremely brief, however I can. So the first question I have is surrounded by the totals. I know you said around 7,000 and 636 were supported, and then there were 40 evictions diverted. So that kind of leaves about 6,300 and something applications still out there. Can you talk to me? This is my first question. And then in that 636 number, 4 million went to those families. Can you talk to me about the status or demographic of why? And I don't know what that 6,300 number is. I don't know if it's processed. I don't know if they were declined. But what are some instances for someone to not be able to get this assistance? And I know you said earlier that you have to meet the priority of the Treasury with the lowest income. So can you very briefly state instances someone is not approved without, outside of not being in city limits or county limits?
Right. So, county limits, city limits, and also income eligible. Where if you're above 80% of the area median income, you do not qualify for the program. So 80 and below is the income qualifications for the program. Also, these funds are COVID COVID funds. So you have to have been impacted directly or indirectly by COVID. That's one of the issues that we had up front with the application process, is that a lot of folks erroneously answered that question on the application. And so what we did was that when they answered that question incorrectly, we contacted everyone that said no to COVID impact to make sure that they answered it correctly. So what happens is, some people answered the question and said, well, no, I didn't have COVID, so I wasn't impacted. But we go back and say, well, you know, when you talk about being impacted indirectly or directly by COVID, that could mean, you know, your child had to do virtual school, you had to pull them out of daycare because, you know, you lost hours on the job. So we went through and really explained what that meant to applicants. And so we wanted to make sure that we didn't miss out on anybody so that they wouldn't be excluded from this assistance.
Okay, and then I know you just shared with Councilmember Kingston to answer one of her questions about you're doing everything possible to address the capacity. And I know you said you are looking at hiring more. And so I'm interested in knowing, is there a emergency plan to hire caseworkers to at least get caught up with this 6,000 number? Because we are going into the winter months, and most likely because of the weather, we may see COVID numbers go up. We are seeing children getting sick faster, which are leaving parents to have to stay home from work. Is there an immediate plan to hire more caseworkers? Because the way I'm seeing it, you have 12-person call center, total of 10 caseworkers, and then normally 7,000. That's about, I could be wrong, 1,000 to 1,400 cases per caseworker. And so I'm just more interested into knowing what's the plan to build that capacity.
So as far as the capacity plan, we do have our case management staff, and we did bring on 8 additional case managers locally with the nonprofits. So the nonprofits did make available 2 staff persons apiece to help us increase that local capacity, to help us to review files. So we train those local nonprofit staff to in the system, so they can help us with file reviews, and they can also help us with some of the most vulnerable cases that they may know that they've already have assisted in the past that may not have applied to the program, and they can help those individuals get in as well. So we're utilizing the nonprofits in an unconventional way that will allow us to reach some of the hardest to reach in the community that may not have applied. And so we're trying to leave no stone unturned.
Thank you. And then my final question is centered around the support given to the low income, which we totally understand, most vulnerable communities. But we're also seeing where the middle class is struggling as well. And when we say being impacted by COVID, if my income is a certain amount, and I don't identify with the low income area, but I am impacted by COVID, am I able to still apply for these funds?
So these funds are specifically for those individuals that have been impacted by COVID and 80 and below. That, according to the Treasury guidelines, those are the criteria for the funding. But there may be some additional federal resources that may help that middle class range.
Okay, and finally, you do have a plan to get caught up as soon as possible with the 6,000. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. We gonna work hard to get caught up.
All right, going to Councilmember Davis.
A few questions, Mr. Mayor. Is this a 10% program cap for the total amount of funds being sent? And what does that mean, if you could help council understand what the program cap number is? Because that, in my opinion, allows us to see if we're putting enough resources on the field in order to win this battle.
Right.
So that's a very astute question.
Thank you.
These federal grants usually come with an admin set aside. Everyone is different and a different percentage allocation. To give you an example, the one that we spend the greatest amount of money each year for our community development block grant fund has a 20% admin cap. So that means that 20% of it can go towards my team and the programs that we deliver and the services that we offer. Unfortunately, with this emergency rental assistance funding, they limited that to 10%. So what that created was a situation where communities that had very few social safety nets, had very few of these boots on the ground resources and systems in place, had 10% of the money to try to spend 90%. And I know, when we talk about $10 million coming to our community, 10% of that, $1 million is nothing to sneeze at. But it takes a lot to bring these programs online. It takes a lot to handle that call center, to bring that software on. The complaints that council has heard about the website being down, that wasn't us. Our website has not been down. Part of the problem, and I'm so glad Councilmember Kinston brought it up, because we're seeing that so representative in the community. We hear from a lot of folks that say, I was doing the Hope for NC, and now it says that y'all are out of money, and what's going on with this one? Well, Fayetteville and Cumberland County's rental assistance program is not out of money. The Hope for NC program decided to put a bunch of money onto the local and step out of Cumberland County. So they made that decision to pull that. So all of those folks that were in that system were kind of left in a limbo. And so a lot of what we're feeling as a community, and I have them come into my office. I had a lady in my office Friday afternoon talking about her rental assistance. I don't get nearly as much as y'all do, but we do feel it too. A lot of that is because of the confusion around multiple programs. Sorry, I did get a little sidetracked there. Going back to your 10%, your admin allocation, 10% is one of the smaller admin allocations out of federal grants, and that's all we have to work with to actually deliver these services.
Okay, so what do you need to fix this? Because leaders have solutions. Like, what do you need to fix this? To lower those numbers, to begin to eat in that backlog? Do you need 20 more people? What does that equal to for amounts of money?
So what?
Go ahead.
So one of the things that we're doing is we're hitting the stride with the numbers. So we are actually we're making almost 150 to 200 approvals a day. So we are tackling that number. So that number is coming down, and it's coming down quickly. So we just need that time. We need the time and the patience for folk to understand that we will get through this number, and we will throw every resource that we can at it to get that number down. So the county has reached out and said, if you need us, reach out to us. So we will get that number down with the resources, and we're not dragging our feet. We're not dragging our feet on what we want. We want to make sure that we're very strategic when we bring on additional resources, because when we bring on additional resources, we have to train on the system, train on eligibility. So we don't want to stop folk from working to train when they can be working. So we want to strategically bring them and phase them in. And so just like when we brought on the 8 nonprofits, we strategically phased them into where the process kept going and it didn't stop. It didn't stop the train. So we wanted to make sure that we do this responsibly, but we do it as efficiently and as effective and as fast as possible.
I have one last question. Okay, so at this rate, how long would it take to get your backlog caught up, and will that time bite us in the butt so that we have to send money back to the federal government because we didn't use it?
No, we will not be, you will meet all of the requirements of obligating funds. So you won't have to worry about
sending them down back.
So
we don't have to worry about sending them
you won't have to worry about that, because right now we're pretty much knocking on the door to 65% obligation
of the 10 million.
Yeah, of the first allocation. We're almost right there.
The
ERAP 1 funding.
So the total so we're 65% obligated towards 10 million.
Yeah, we're right there. We're not quite there yet, but we'll be there in a couple of weeks.
Another way to say it too is, I think, are we anticipating additional money, Chris?
So that is a complicated question. I mentioned that the Hope for NC program stopped serving Cumberland County. With that, they passed along some additional funding for this program to our county counterparts. Now, the challenge there has been that the county's applications have been considerably less than the city's, but there's additional funding there. We also have funding, as Earl just mentioned when he says the first allocation, we have emergency rental allocation 2. And so right now we've got about $2 million of that program to be able to add to this. The challenge is we can't run 2 concurrent of the same thing because people could be double dipping. And so we're trying to get over this big hump and get this thing in place and rolling. And like you just said, you know, as we're actually going through the motions and not having a backlog, and then we can add additional funding and resources to it. That emergency rental assistance 2 allocation in total is just shy of $4 million. So we've got the first 2, and we'd be waiting for another, the balance of that later on in the year. But there's right now we're not looking at a funding challenge with this program. It's time, patience, and a quantity.
I think as council members, it would be easier for us in the public to see some kind of pie chart and some thermometer or something that just shows how much we have. And I mean, you know, how much has been obligated.
Yes.
Because when it's been obligated, that means it's coming.
Right.
And that'll buy you a little bit of patience with people. But when we don't know it's been obligated,
Okay.
that's hard to defend. The other thing is, finally, whatever we can do to lower that time of submission to check in hand is what we need to fix.
Yeah. Right.
That's the biggest issue, because with the moratorium ending, landlords are just waiting to get paid and kick people out. I'll be totally honest.
And one thing that we have been seeing is that
I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
that there's a high volume of folk that are requesting the paper check and not ACH. We have ACH available. So you can get your money instantaneously. Once it's approved and it sends over the payment, you can get it. But most people are electing to get the paper check. And so we've actually had our accounting folk do just kind of look into that, and we've been noticing that a high volume of people are cashing their checks at check cashing places. And so they're not utilizing their banks, but that's indicative of the climates that we are in. That, you know, we had one case to come in where, where once the money was deposited in the check, there was some arrearages taken out maybe from the IRS or something, and so folk may not be getting, you know, so a lot of folk are requesting paper checks and not ACH. So that's something that we could probably, if we can ask most people to do ACH, it would help to speed that up.
We got to move on. We have a couple of questions. I need to go to Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Wright, then we've got to kind of wrap things up.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I'm going to go on a whole different side. I'm coming on a different side of all of this going on. The first thing I just got taken back from what I just heard you say is that the applicants are getting the checks. I think that needs, number one, needs to be changed. I guess, so I don't want to digress. So what I was going to say is, when COVID came, and as a business, you had to do the PPP, and you had to do the EIDL, and you had to do all these things, and your employees needed unemployment. What you did is you went on a computer and you filled out everything you had to fill out, and it was hard. I mean, you had to sit there, and it might take you 4 days to get it done, but you could not hit submit until you had everything in there. I think that's where we're losing a lot of time and money for the people that need this. There is no way you should be able to hit submit without having everything filled in. I do know you need papers, and I know that you need to upload things, but there are computer programs that say you have not uploaded your paper. After hearing all of this conversation, I think we are giving everybody too many options. If you owe your landlord, It should be put in the landlord's trust or the landlord's bank account, because what I'm hearing is these landlords haven't been paid for a year and a half. They're holding on good faith and they're letting people stay because this money is coming, and now I'm hearing that the tenant is getting the money, and if he owes taxes, the government's taking that money right out of their check. Did I not hear that?
Hang on a second.
All right.
Yeah,
Kinda,
I'm
sorta.
sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, that's a little bit of a misunderstanding. So the program is designed that the funds go to the landlord.
Okay.
However, in exigent circumstances, if that landlord will not comply, and we move through a federally prescribed process and get through all the way through that process, we can give it directly to the renter.
So-
I do not know that we have actually done that in this program to date.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there are some landlords that are not complying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Number one, that's unacceptable. And that,
And you-
I don't want to
yeah.
belabor it. So what I am seeing is, I really think that the computer program, because we all know that you can put ads in the paper and you can go out and try to find people and train people. But COVID has changed the way the workforce is. They're not coming. No one's coming to save us.
Right.
So we have to get better on the computer. But what I would say is, I personally believe that maybe this is more than what you thought it was gonna be going in, because I'm seeing, I've done the numbers, it's about $5,900 that everybody's getting since June, and if I remember what Councilmember Ingram said, it was like 600, and I put it at 670 people. If what you said, you were pulling out 150 a day now because it's kind of getting better, I heard that number, was that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so in 46 days, if we work 7 days a week for 46 days, all 7,000 people should be taken care of.
In that perfect world, yes.
Okay, so if it's not a perfect world, then we are looking at 92 days. So I'm splitting it in half, which is 3 months. So if we come back in 3 months, that means that all 7,000 should be taken care of. And-
We should have
and-
we should have it significantly
So-
reduced or taken care of.
Okay, so I'm putting that down right now, because if we come back in 3 months and we only have half, that means we're not even doing 35 people a day. I don't know if we need help in getting other people to take on half of it, to get out in the community. But what we're doing now is not working, and I understand that it is new for everybody. It's new for the landlords. They're probably not trusting you. The tenants aren't trusting the process. But we got to do something. We got to do something. That's all I have to say. Thank you,
Thank you, Mayor
Mr.
Pro
Mayor.
Tem. Go to Councilman Wright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I heard the information given and the numbers sounds good. And we've been in it about 3 to 4 months now going forward. And you said that you were completing how many applications a day?
We're actually approving and sending, I'm sorry. We're actually approving sending to payment about 150 a day.
Okay. And sending to payment. In other words, that payment is going to the landlord 95% of the time at this point.
Yes.
And it takes a week and a half to 3 weeks after approval for them to get the check?
Yes. So
Why so long?
So it depends on if they accept the paper check. Let's say if you receive the check is cut and it's placed in the mail. Depending on how your mail, how the mail runs.
Could we develop a system, just like a Cash App type of system, where if you know that it's been approved, the landlord is waiting for the funding. Can we develop a program where it work with your bank or wherever your money is to, get with the landlords to say we can, PayPal, Cash App instantly, and the money is there
ACH is available.
once everything is approved.
Yeah, we have ACH available, so once it's approved, you can get your money in 24 hours. But a lot of landlords aren't taking ACH. What's happening is a lot of landlords don't want to put their banking information into the system, and they're not using it.
Wow.
And so we've come up with workarounds to say if you give us your W-9, we can take your information off your W-9 and mail you a check. A lot of landlords don't want to put their banking information in the system, and that's just a reality of what we're facing. That
Okay. So
we
all right.
almost have to pull teeth to get some landlord to participate.
Okay. And so my final question would be the county. And I heard you mention the county a couple of times, and that the city accounts for 2/3 of the population of the county. And I know we hire you to just focus on city residents. Is that right?
So
You work for the county too?
yes, we run the city and the county's programs together.
Okay, so why can't we work with the county as far as hiring or staffing the people that, on your staff? Kind of, we need to probably double up in order to get more applications out, and I think that's the key.
So, Councilmember Wright, I think one of the things that I'm hearing from a lot of folks tonight is on the back of these cards that we gave you, there's some talking points that also deal with us bringing on those community partners and those valuable case managers that can help run down applications
Right.
and help people that are in challenge. We are talking with the county about some additional options. Some of our brother and sister communities have tapped their Department of Social Services to put a lot of folks towards this.
Sure.
And that is a conversation that my ACM, Dr. Whitfield, has had with the county.
What's a good number you think that you need as far as staffing up to catch up?
Staffing up to catch up. I mean, good case managers. I mean, they could blow through 20 to 30 file reviews a day, and so I mean, if we had 20 to 25 case managers, we can blow through it.
So and how would they be paid by the county, or are they looking for how would they get their pay?
So that's the question. I mean, with the 10% admin, there isn't enough resources to say, okay,
Right.
you go out and hire a staff of 100 people to come implement this program.
Yep. Okay. So that's the catch-all, because it make it harder to give the money if they don't give the facilities or the personnel to expand the money. I know you're making promises, but can you keep the promises that you make with the staffing that you have at this time? Or should we look, as Mayor Pro Tem have stated, 3 months from now, will there be gain in your perspective as to how many people you have to working night and day almost, right?
So, I mean, there will be significant gain in 3 months. I'm confident that there'll
Okay.
be significant gain in 3 months.
All right. Thank you.
I think that there's a point there, and I'm sorry, Mayor, if you can
Go
just
ahead.
bear
Go ahead,
with me
sir.
to say. So I think that we've seen a dramatic increase in the pace of awards and payments out the door in the past 2 months. I don't think that is going to be continuing to dramatically increase. But where we are now is a very steady clip. And so, I mean, I can tell you just from as your staff, looking at this 3 months from now and saying whether it's good or not, that's not never going to happen. We look at this program on a daily, weekly basis. All of these implementations that you're hearing about, whether it's the people at the courthouse, whether it's the non-for-profit partners, that has all been part of the city manager's guidance and staff pushing this to get better, faster, and put more throughput into it. But I do want to say that $4 million milestone of allocations, that is people calling PwC and stopping shutoffs from happening. That is telling landlords to wait just one more week to get your check, and don't file that writ of eviction. I mean, those are real things that are happening, and happening at a faster rate now than they did a month ago.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Thank you, Chris. I do have just final notes, and then I want to propose something to council. You know, I think 3 months is a good check-in, but you're going to have people sleeping under bridges and really in a bad way 3 months from now. So I don't know if we have 3 months based on some of the folks that's been waiting since June the 1st. Can you redefine obligated? When you say obligated, does that mean funded or do you mean approved?
So obligated, when an application is approved, an award notice is generated. So that's when the funding is obligated.
So how much has been funded? You've obligated $4.5 million. How much of it has been out the door in a check or ACH?
So we've dispersed $2.3 million out the door. That's going out. We have
So
checks
half
to
of what's
verify.
obligated has been dispersed, roughly.
Wait, I'm sorry?
Roughly half of what's obligated has been dispersed.
Yeah, a little bit more than half.
Okay, all right. Okay, and then finally, what was the other question? Took some notes. Oh yeah, so the uncooperation by the landlords or some landlords. Are you running into that when you run into them face to face at the courthouse?
Yes.
When they're down there seeking their money, you mean to tell me they wouldn't?
Yes.
Provide a direct deposit or want to get paid? They just want.
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
we're experiencing some, just some landlords are like, look, I just rather have the tenant out.
Okay, yeah. So
Now,
you do
I'd
have
rather
some
have
of
the
that.
tenant
Okay.
out.
Yep.
No amount of money is going to allow me.
Right. If they're a bad tenant, I understand that. Okay.
So we are experiencing a lot of that, and at the courthouse, we're running against some landlords that may switch from a non-payment issue to another reason
issue.
for eviction.
Okay. I got
So
you.
we are doing that, but we are trying to intervene where we can at the courthouse to stop the 10-day notices and everything as it relates to the eviction. And we've also reached out to legal aid too, and working with legal aid.
Okay, Mr. Manager or Ms. McDonald, how long is the contract with IEM? Is it till it's dispersed? Is it for 60, 90, 120, 6 months, year? What is it?
I don't know that, Mayor, but we can find that out.
Okay, so I would maybe ask if you could share the contract with the council just for the terms and the amount was allocated. Was it the full amount that was appropriated to us?
Yes, sir.
So the full amount
Yeah.
was included in the contract?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll go to Councilmember Banks. So Council, after Councilmember Banks, I want to kind of propose something for Mr. Randall to consider when he comes back. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. I sat here and I heard a lot of questions. I understood the system, but it seems the issue is the lack of number of staff to get the applications expedited and processed. So I know it's contract, and maybe I need a better understanding, because at this moment, I feel like if that's the case, how do we go about trying to pull additional staff in as far as the contract? How does that part work? City manager or city attorney?
And need additional partners to help.
Well,
Yes.
is that the case?
Well, there are a couple things. So tonight's presentation was designed to tell you about the process and catch you up to date on where we are in history, and where we are in the process and trajectory we're on. I think that what the council has settled on, and I think it's something that Chris and Mr. Randall and others have as well, which is the need to move from taking in applications and focusing on processing the ones which are in the queue. Recently, last week, as a matter of fact, I think it was Durham that actually stopped taking applications to clear the backlog. And so that instead of having folks on a call center trying to help people process new applications, you just say, basically, the door is closed, we're going to take care of everybody that's in the restaurant now. That has not been something that we have focused on because, again, they said that they thought they would have 2,500 people sign up, and we've got some 7,000 now. I think so for all of us, including staff, the demand was greater than what anyone would have envisioned. But specifically to your question, and I think where the council members are at is, how do we get more hands on these completed applications to get those processed to an award? Because once you have an obligation number, then the landlord can be assured by us or someone else, yeah, the money's, we just got to get through that. So I think that in the coming weeks, what I would propose, Mayor, and I know you have something as well, and I think I said this to you in the text, is given the interest in this, is that at every meeting between, we got one next week, we've got one the week after that, and then we've got probably 2 more in October. That at every meeting, Chris, Telly, or myself would actually, during this portion of the agenda, could update you on where we are. We'll also be working to try to bring on additional partners or folks to process the backlog. And I don't like to say backlog is the wrong word. It is the pending applications. It seems like it is, and I really like how Earl started this too, just for a moment. How he started out by saying that he understands it. At the end of every one of those phone calls, those emails, is a family that's waiting. And I had met Earl before, but it was really at this moment that I kind of understood kind of the passion for the work that he has, and that's also one that you share as a council. That's why you're asking these questions. So what I'd propose is that we work, staff and the consultant, partner, the county, and try to bring on additional capacity to clear some of these cases which are completed, but for an obligation has not been announced, and that we report back to council every week when you have a meeting. And at the meantime, in between time, the city attorney and I will follow up on that question as well about the contract, and we'll probably just send that directly to you, and if you have questions about it, you can go from there.
All right, thank you, Ms.
City Manager, I heard everything that you mentioned. The contract, I understand the process, but at the same time, we still have people still waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, people are still waiting. And as a elected official, as a policymaker, I can't just sit here and knowing that it's still people that don't even have their applications, their applications are incompleted. So I'm asking council, I'm gonna make a motion to see if, I'm making a motion so that we can look towards hiring additional case managers to help move this process along faster.
Well, that's great, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, and hopefully, if you could, that was kind of where I was going to propose at the council. So I'm glad you brought it up, and maybe if you could consider having a 30-day check-in with this gentleman while we're doing whatever council's will is to establish different options for additional resources by terms of manpower, caseworkers, and so forth. Working with social services is kind of a no-brainer. I said that to Mayor Pro Tem during the conversation, but maybe have him come in 30 days, and there should be something measurable while we review our terms of our arrangement. If we need to reallocate or reappropriate some of the funds that they're managing to other partners, maybe the manager could have identified some of those partners. But if you could maybe incorporate a 30-day check-in while we're doing that, not to stop the process, but just so we can see your trajectory of success, that would be something I'd ask you to consider. But there's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, seconded by Councilmember Kinson. Can you restate the motion, Councilmember?
Yes, and I heard what you said too, also Mayor, but regardless to if it's another 30 days, there still need to be, we still
Right.
need more manpower. So
No doubt.
again, I make a motion that we look towards hiring individuals as far as contracting and get this the process move faster.
Does that include the 30-day check-in?
The 30-day check-in, that's fine, but I want us to still look towards
Absolutely.
No,
hiring.
what I'm
Yes.
saying, I think I'm just asking for some clarity. Because I
Yes,
think
it's
both
looking
need-
toward, yes.
Are you clear on that, Councilmember Ingram? Can you hear her?
Yeah, so it's combining both of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, Okay, hold on one second. There's a motion by Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, as stated, and seconded by Councilmember Kinston. Discussion on the motion. I have Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Hare, and then Davis. Councilmember Davis, and then Hare.
Okay, so my question is, if we go out to find other people, as Councilmember Banks McLaughlin said, my first question is, and I'm gonna say it again, I hate to say it, there's just not people out there. It's very hard to find people. Who will be looking to find those people?
Partner agencies?
No, who is looking to find, when we say hire people, not agencies, now we're talking people, who would be the person to hire the people? Is it city staff? Is it you?
I'm saying, he's busy, I think. So.
You know where I'm going with this. So who is going to be the one
Partners.
that is going to, I just want to make sure, because I don't want to give staff this job and take them off of doing what they need to be doing to get the money out.
Well, I think Councilmember Banks's motion said partners/people, but
No, and that's what I'm asking, is it
I don't think she means
partners?
additional staff members of ours. She said partners or.
To push these funds through,
Okay,
rather, that's up to the city manager. That's their job to figure out who's gonna do what. It's our job to say this is what needs to be done and get it
okay.
done.
City manager, can you help me? Do you understand what I'm asking, or do I need to?
I do, but I just also want to make sure that we understand what Mr. Randall was sharing. He brought on additional 12 case managers with the partner agencies locally. What we're hearing and what I've heard you say is that that's not enough.
Correct,
We need more. And I hear and I understand that is what Councilman Banks McLaughlin is saying.
correct.
And so we will work with Earl to bring on more partners. We will also take a look at the cap. If the cap is not sufficient for us to bring on additional partners under that, we will look to see if there are additional resources that we can bring to bear to supplement using the files which have already been received in a computer system. They have the training, the call center, to see what we can do even outside of the grant if necessary to supplement to meet council's interest.
Okay, so we are looking at partners.
We're looking at partners, but we're
Okay.
looking ultimately to increase the capacity to move these kids.
Okay, thank you, that's
Yes.
clear.
All right, Councilmember Davis, Hare, and then, you good? Okay. Councilmember Hare?
Thanks, Mayor. I was just trying to get my question in before we got to where we are now, the motion. But, Mr. City Manager, the memorandum that was written, or the contract that was written for this group, is it the normal process, if I understood correctly, to pay the full contract in advance while the work is in progress? Is that what I understood that happened?
Go ahead, Chris.
Explain it to me, please.
No, sir. So we entered into a contract, and I'm going to have fuzzy numbers. $6.3 million is the city's portion of this program.
Okay.
We entered into a $6.3 million contract with IEM. IEM bid competitively and said, this is how much money it's going to take us to get this job done. And that was roughly at that 10% mark, right, of the admin that was allocated. So at this point, IEM bills us monthly for admin.
Okay.
Right, for just that
Okay.
10% piece monthly. And then we just got, which my community relations manager is not super happy about because he's got to review all of that work now. We just got $2 million worth of payments from them that we're due to reimburse. But that means that he's got to go through and check and make sure all the debits and credits match up and all that before we sign okay. But
Okay.
IEM, yeah, so they're
you.
on a performance contract.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad I misunderstood what I heard.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now, we did have that previously. There was a cash flow conversation with a previous vendor, but that vendor left because of the complexity of everything that was going on here.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
So, Councilmember Waddell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what percentage of this funding is allocated for administrative costs?
10%, ma'am.
Of that 10%, how much more of that is available to hire more people?
None.
So we've maxed out that 10% administrative cost.
Yes, ma'am, we have maxed that out completely.
So I guess my question would be, where would we get the additional dollars to hire more people? Because I want to understand where the allocation of funding will come from before I make a decision on how to move forward with that. I agree that there does need to be some expediting this situation. I do also understand that this is a problem not just for us here in the city of Fayetteville, but spending these dollars has proven to be an issue across many municipalities. But I just want to know where are we proposing those dollars come from to hire out more people?
Well, the thought process was with the contract review, if their fees were 10% for managing $6 million, and some of that money was reappropriated to other partners in the instance that the contract allowed those kinds of arrangements, then I think that the 10% should be relative to that, rather than council just saying.
What would happen? So what would happen with then that means that you'd be taking money away from a certain area. So that means that we'd still be losing some people because you can't work people for free. So it sounds like we're asking if we can shift money to different partners, and that doesn't really achieve the intended outcome of increasing the number of people serving this contract.
Well, I think the amount of people that you need to resource and process 600,000 is different than the amount of people you need to resource 200,000. I'm just saying, for instance, we don't know the terms of it. They may need to add resources to it. It may be some available, not saying that. But I think right now was the motion on the floor that Councilmember Banks had was for the manager to identify partners, find out what it looks like to execute that and what our options are. I think is all we had. I don't know if we had all the answers to what the execution looks like tonight.
It was my understanding that the motion was to hire more people to get this job done, and that it was pretty straightforward. And I'm not opposed to that, but I'm just looking for, and I guess this question is best suited for the city manager. Where will that money come from to hire those people?
At this moment, I don't know. I think I've heard, if the motion passes, we've heard that we are to look for with funds within the funding that we have. If that's not sufficient, we'll look for other areas and see if we're able to bring that to bear on this. And if that's the case, then I guess judging from some of the questions as well, we may be able to bring on those partners directly. But IEM has the software, they have the website, they have the call center, and at the moment they have the data and able to train people. And so so that we don't lose time for those applications which they have waiting a review, it'd be my hope that we or they would be able to add additional capacity to review those. Is there any desire, Council, if we think about the 650 families, I think that you mentioned, that have obligated some $4 million, and you have some 7,000 applications, do you envision that in this first group of $6.3 million that we have, that we would be able to fund all 7,000 of those applications which are pending?
I would have to go back and look at the average of the awards, because I've noticed that they've been tailing off with some folk are just coming in for stability, and they may not be the ones that owe significant arrearages, and they may just be coming in for stability, maybe a 1 month, 2 months behind, and the additional months forward. So the numbers vary.
Yeah. And I mean, I was going to the point that sometimes I can understand why Durham, again, another city rather, stopped taking new applications to process those which are already in the queue, so as to not give people false hope. But also, too, then, so that you could, again, dedicate all of your staff that you have to responding to what you have at hand. But again, if the motion passes, we heard Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, we've heard council, and we will look for additional resources with our partner, and we'll also look for funding either in the existing grant that we have, or if there's an opportunity for us to apply additional funding that we might have to help us clear up the administrative portion. Mayor, we may even ask you to help us with a letter to ask that for future allocations like this, that the federal government consider having a more standard 20% administrative cap that gives us greater flexibility than what we have here. Clearly, as Chris said, not that we're not happy with Earl, enjoy knowing him, but we had actually had contract issues with the initial vendor that we were looking to propose to you because of some of those same restrictions that were there. And I think hopefully your letter will allow the Biden administration and others to see that it's one thing to give people money, but if you tie their hands so significantly, it makes it very hard to get the money out the door. But I would go back and say, from June until September, that is an awful a lot of money, but that's not a lot of time. And we understand that even though we've done a lot, there's a lot more to do, to your point, ma'am.
All right. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
Call for a vote.
All right, so Councilmember Banks McLaughlin is called for the question, discussion over. All those in favor of the motion, show of hands. All right, Councilmember Waddell,
Green.
Councilmember Ingram.
Green.
All right, motion carries unanimously. We look forward to seeing you soon, sir. Good luck to you. The citizens and the city council count on you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you guys for having me.
We have to move pretty quickly. We have people who've been waiting patiently for us for some of these hearings that we have. Item 6.0 is the approval of the agenda. Can we get a motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Dawkins to approve. There's a second by Councilmember Hare. Any discussion on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes to approve the agenda. All right, Councilmember Ingram,
Green.
Councilmember Waddell.
Green.
All right, motion carries. Item 7.0 is the consent agenda. Can we get a motion to approve consent? There's a motion by Councilmember Dawkins, seconded by Councilmember Wright. There is an amendment that was requested to remove the 6417 Starbrook Drive by Planning and Development. I think they have something worked out with that one. Can you amend the motion to approve with the exception of that?
Yes.
All right, so there's a motion to approve consent with the modification as stated, seconded by Councilmember Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor, council, show of hands. All right, Councilmember Waddell.
Red.
Councilmember Ingram.
Green.
All right, motion carries 9-1. Had a little Aretha Franklin going in the background. All right, item 8.0. Item 8.0 is the legislative hearings. Those voting, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you have the opposing vote?
No.
I think Councilmember Waddell, was it?
She was red.
She was red.
Oh.
Yeah, 9-1. All right. Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that I have a conflict, and now that my staff member has resolved the issues with her phone, she will come up to
The DJ?
sit in my seat.
Okay.
No,
All right.
that's why she got the remote.
All right, Mr. Harmon. Good evening, sir.
Evening, Mr. Mayor. The first case we have before you, P2136. This is a legislative hearing. This item was originally slated for your August 9th agenda, and it was tabled at that point to tonight to allow the developer, Don Broadwell Land Company, and the residents out at Greystone to get together and try to come up with some compromises. And it seems that they may have at this point come to some compromise to this proposal. Again, this is an initial zoning. In Cumberland County, it's currently a residential 15 or R15. Originally, the applicants had asked for single family 10, which is what the zoning that surrounds this property. However, I believe tonight you'll see from the applicant, and you'll see in my presentation, that they're willing to go to the single-family 15 to accommodate the surrounding neighborhood a little better. This property is located on Kimmerwick Drive. It's just under 30 acres. This is in District 1. And just to give you an idea, this is the property in question. To the south is the new bypass 295. The only access into this portion of the development is here off of Kimberwick. And then for the whole development, the only access out is at Ramsey Street, where there is an existing stoplight. Just to make sure, after the last meeting, when this was tabled, we did take an extra step of putting an additional sign out in the neighborhood at the entrance to the neighborhood so that it wouldn't be hid in the back. There's the one at the back of the property, but we also had one at the front, along with all the mailings and advertisements that we normally do. Again, surrounding this property currently is SF10 in the city. And our land use plan calls for a community center on part of this property and low-density residential on the other. It's really not suited for the community center. If you do the rezoning tonight, it will also change the land use plan to include the whole property as a low-density area. Just a couple of photos of the property. It was logged a few years ago, and so there's not much on that property currently. A few of the typical houses there in Greystone that surround this property. The ones up here to the north in their backyards is the property in question. Originally, like I said, they submitted their request for a single-family 10, and this is the original site plan, which called for 59 units out on the property. They have since revised it to meet the SF15 standards and lowered the number of the number of housing units out there to 50. The other thing they did was in the original site plan, it did call for zero lot line subdivision, which allows for some tweaking to the setbacks. They're no longer looking at the zero lot line. Zoning Commission did deny this request. It is coming to you as an appeal. Staff from the start has recommended approval. The proposed amendment we felt is in keeping with the surrounding area and uses. The application seems to implement policies of the UDO, and the proposed district, either the SF10 or now the SF15, is compatible with the area. The uses permitted in the proposed change in zoning district classifications and those standards that apply to such uses would be appropriate in the immediate area. And we saw no other factors that would substantially affect public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. I believe you have several speakers that are online for this particular case. If you would hold any questions you have of staff until after you conduct your public hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harmon. So anyone wishing to speaking at tonight's public hearing must provide competent material, substantial evidence to the City Council under oath. Anyone planning on speaking during this evidentiary hearing, please stand and be sworn in by the City Clerk. No, these are the legislators, okay.
No, that's for the later one.
That's for the next one, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So with that, let me open the public hearing. And you can tell we're out of place because all your notes are everywhere, so I apologize for that. With that, anyone desiring to speak tonight at the public hearing must have signed up with the city clerk. Prior to tonight's meeting, 15 minutes will be allowed for each side of the issue at the public hearing. Individual speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each unless by previous arrangement a single spokesperson is designated, in which case the single spokesperson may use the entire 15 minutes. When the clerk calls your name or recognizes you, please begin speaking. Clearly state your name and address for the record. You may begin to speak at that time. Madam Clerk, can you call your first speaker?
Yes, sir. We have 6 speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Jimmy Kaiser.
What's the name, Madam Clerk?
Jimmy Kaiser.
Mr. Kaiser, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm at Mr. Baldwell's office. And just, I think, since he's had some subsequent meetings with the homeowners out at Greystone, I think it would be best if he spoke first, and then I can provide any supplemental information that may be required.
Okay, sir. So you wanted to yield a portion of your time to Mr. Broadwell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, we'll get to Mr. Broadwell in just a moment. Can you please call your next speaker?
Our next speaker is Mr. Gregory Whitley.
Hey, this is Attorney Greg Whitley. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
And as you can see, obviously, I'm here in Broadwell's office as well. We were hoping to just have Don touch on a few things, and then maybe Mr. Kaiser and I can follow up with anything else that the council needs from us, if that's agreeable with you all.
Yes, sir. So we'll do that. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so Mr. Don Broadwell.
All right, Mr. Broadwell?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think Mr. Harmon did a good job of presenting our amended plan and explaining the things we've done in the last few weeks. We did meet with the Homeowners Association. We understand they're a very passionate group. They care about their neighborhood. And as a developer, that's certainly what you want. That's one reason the neighborhood's so desirable and the property values are so good. I hope we have understood their concerns and registered their concerns. I believe we have. And I'm available to take questions, and I have Mr. Kaiser here and Mr. Whitley as well, if the council has any questions about the specifics of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Mr. Curtis Brown.
Mr. Brown, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, my name is Curtis Brown. I live at 249 Puddingstone Drive. I am the current HOA president for Greystone. What you've heard tonight regarding a meeting between Mr. Broadwell's staff and Greystone is correct. I would draw your attention to a document that we presented to council. Each of you should have a copy of that document. It is a written agreement between the community of Greystone and the Broadwell's office. I would ask that you review that document as you go through your deliberations and making your decisions. With that, I would like to yield the remaining of my time to our attorney, who is also on the phone.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Mr. Scott Flowers.
All right. Attorney Flowers? Attorney Flowers, can you hear us? You said he is there?
He is, he just is not unmuted.
Mr. Flowers, maybe what is it, *6, Jennifer?
No, he's on email, so, or on his website, so he should just be able to click unmute.
Okay, Mr. Flowers, can you click unmute?
He just disappeared. Hold on, let me see if he came in by his phone. He may have had a connection issue.
Okay.
I'll keep a lookout.
All right, Madam Clerk.
And our final speaker is Mr. Andrew Early.
Mr. Early, are you there?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm here. This is Andrew Early, 6443 Touchstone Drive here in Greystone. I'm going to decline to speak at this time.
Okay.
Mayor, I have no further speakers. Oh,
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Flowers.
Mr. Flowers, can you hear us, sir? He can't hear? All right, Mr. Flowers, can you hear us?
He's unmuted now.
Okay, Mr. Flowers? All right.
Mayor, we have no other speakers.
No other speakers. Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Brown, before we close the public hearing, I'm sure that we'll begin the process of deliberation with the council and questions. Did you have anything you wanted to add since Mr. Flowers was having technical difficulty? Mr. Brown, can you hear us? Mr. Brown, can you hear us?
Flowers has raised his hand again.
I believe I've just been unmuted. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. What I was actually saying is, we did provide you with a copy of a written agreement that was agreed upon with the Broadwell Corporation. And I would ask that the council review that document prior to making your decision. You will find in the document there, it is stated in there that it is a conditional approval pending a vote from the community. We did have a community meeting, and there were all problems appeared to be addressed, and they were addressed accordingly within that written agreement. But I want that agreement, I would like that agreement to be added to the official records of this decision.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think the clerk does have that, and we'll read over that. I'll close the public hearing, and then we do have questions as we prepare to consider the matter. So with that, I'll check in with Mr. Flowers again. Is he still on, Jennifer?
He is still on. He has raised his hand.
Mr. Flowers, can you hear us?
Oh, hold on, he's disappeared again.
All right. All right. So with that, we'll close the public hearing. Council questions. I saw Councilmember Hare and then Wright. I do have a question for either Mr. Brown or the attorneys representing the Broadwells. So based on what I infer out of the document that you referenced, the Homeowners Association has an agreement with Broadwell Land Company. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, Curtis Brown. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Hare.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Brown, just to continue what the mayor started with, so am I understanding that the homeowners association is in support, or your conditional support, with moving forward with this initial zoning, with this zoning? Is that
Yes.
my understanding?
Yes, we are, based on the R15 increase.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
we are.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Wright.
Yes, Mr. Brown, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
In the agreement from Hutchinson Law Firm, I see here in paragraph 1, to just be clear, we will create a sub-association for the new members so that they will be members of a sub-association and the association as a master's association. So, and both parties agree, and in a sense, what you're saying is the sub-association for Phase 6, will they be in a separate association that's associated with the main association of the existing association, and how will that work as far as making decisions concerning that subdivision? Do they have autonomy over their own requests and ideas of what they want to do with their properties, or do they have to come to the main association? Or would that create some type of situation in the future?
To answer that question, it is our understanding that they will be a part of the primary HOA. No different. The sub-relationship applies to the fact that they are an additional entity, and there will be some exceptions to our covenants based upon some of the unique things that will take place in section 6. With that being said, to answer your question, it is our understanding that they will fall directly underneath the control of our existing HOA.
Okay. And final question, and maybe the staff can help me out with this, paragraph 3. 7 lots will be zoned F15. What is the category of F15, and what can be put on those lots?
Yeah, the SF-15,
SF-15.
yeah, that's our single-family district. It's one of our larger single-family districts. And so it's just single-family housing can go on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Wright. Councilmember Kinston.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The question I had is on the back of the paper that was submitted from Greystone Farms and Attorney Flowers. It indicates that the association requests the terms of the agreement be entered into the record of the city council for this evening. My question is, as we do the vote, how are we going, as far as enforcing the agreement? I don't think we can enforce it once we submit our vote based on that. I'm just wanting clarity.
Those two parties. It's not between the city or either party. And it has nothing to do with the rezoning. So they, however they... I'm sorry. That agreement is between the two parties. It's not an agreement between the city. It has nothing to do with the rezoning. And for instance, the homeowner association, how that is developed and created, has nothing to do with the issue of rezoning before the council.
Okay. So, Mayor, with that question, even though they're asking for this to be part of the pending request, I just want to make sure that really has nothing to do with.
Well, I think entering it into the record is a part of the evidence, so it is in the record. Madam Clerk, am I right?
Well, I wouldn't put that agreement into the minutes. I would reference it, but I wouldn't put the actual agreement verbatim into the minutes. Because as Assistant City Attorney said, it's not a city document. It's not a
let me just ask this for clarification. I think I know kind of where Councilmember Kinson's going. Anytime we approve things and we, people say, well, they have certain concerns, and when they work it out, we do the approval of the zoning with conditions. Are you saying we're unable to reference this agreement as a condition?
No, this is not a conditional zoning.
Okay.
But you can reference it into the record, and it becomes part of the record because it's
or
referenced.
Into the motion or whatever.
But the agreement itself is not, that has nothing to do with the rezoning nor the terms of the agreement, because this is not a conditional rezoning, it's a straight rezoning.
Okay. Well, you want to hear from, I don't know if Mr. Flowers is still muted or if the attorney for Mr. McCrae's office is online. Mr. Whitley, you have if you heard the legal opinion of the city that this is really an agreement between two parties excluding the city. Can you answer the council member's question? Will this suffice when we take our action?
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hey, good evening again, Mayor Colvin and council members. This is Attorney Greg Whitley. Yes, to answer the question, and the city attorney is right, this is not a conditional rezoning. It's a rezoning application as part of an annexation petition, which is, a few more items down on our agenda tonight. So it goes hand in hand with that annexation request. The letter that Mr. Flowers and I generated together and worked up is an understanding of the agreement between Broadwell and the HOA. As you all can see from the zoning commission minutes that Mr. Flowers and I were not a part of, there were some misunderstandings, I think just maybe a lack of communication early on, but what this really does is just address those issues to assure the HOA and the homeowners there that the extension of Greystone, which is what this is going to be part and parcel of what they already live in and enjoy. It's not a conditional rezoning, so it's not, binding as far as the city council ordering these things on Broadwell, but it is merely to show you all that we got together and got an agreement in place to address everybody's concerns.
Did that take care of you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Davis?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Jensen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that being said, I would like to make a motion, but before I make the motion, I would just like to thank all parties involved and really commend the two groups because they came up with the situation and they sat at the table and they had the conversation, and I think it became a win-win. So thank you to Greystone community and to the Broadwells. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion that we approve the initial zoning from Cumberland County Residential 15, R15 to single family 10 on Kimberwick Drive, totaling 29.89 acres plus, and being the property of Don Broadwell Jr., Broadwell Land Company.
So there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jensen to approve the zoning request as stated. There's a second by Councilmember Wright. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Council, I'll look to you for your votes.
Mr. Mayor, I have my hand raised.
Okay, they didn't let us know. All right, question?
So my question is, I did hear SF10, but I did see reference in the letter SF15. So are we making this SF15 or are we doing it SF10?
Yeah, SF15 was on.
Yes, okay, wait a minute, so.
Okay, and then my subsequent question is, when we look at this letter did talk about the lot lines and the number of lots. Does this SF-15 adhere to the parameters that we see spelled out in this letter? Because I do understand that this is not an agreement between the city and these two parties, but I also recognize that the residents are looking to this document to be a guiding beacon for how this development will take place. And I just want to make sure that that SF-15 is in agreement with what we see in where it says, for example, number 5, this will not be a zero lot line community, and setbacks will be shown on the most recent plot plan submitted to the city. There will be a maximum of 50 lots, and the 7 lots will be zoned SF-15. So I just want to make sure that SF-15 does encompass those points.
Yes, that is correct.
So council, you can answer that real quick, Mr.
Yeah,
Harmon?
that is correct.
All right.
Can
All
I
right.
restate? I probably
Yes.
need to restate.
Yeah.
Okay. I read it and knew it. Okay, initial zoning from I make a motion that the initial zoning from Cumberland County Residential 15, R15 to Single Family 15 on Kimberwick Drive, totaling 29.89 acres and being the property of Don Broadwell Jr., Broadwell Land Company.
All right, there was an amended motion as stated by Mayor Pro Tem, this is seconded by Councilmember Wright. We've had discussion on the motion. Council, I'll look to you for your votes. Those who approve? All right, Councilmember Waddell?
Green.
Councilmember Ingram?
Green.
Madam Clerk, that's unanimous. Motion carries. Item 8.02. How are you, Ms. Baptiste?
I'm doing fine. Good evening. This is case number P21-37. The applicant is Jimmy Kaiser of Mormon, Kaiser, and Reitzel, Inc. The owner of the property is William E. Clark. This is also initial zoning, which is currently in Cumberland County zoned as PND and R10. The request is to rezone to single-family residential 10. The property is currently located off of McCluskey Road and consists of 40.16 acres in District 1. Staff is recommending approval as well as the Zoning Commission. The subject property is located just south of McCluskey Road and to the west of Ramsey Street. The property is just north and adjacent to the city of Fayetteville's current city lines. As you can see from the zoning map, to the south of the property is an SF-10 single-family residential zoning district. To the west is a limited commercial zoning district, and to the north is a mixed residential 5 zoning district. According to the land use plan, this area should be developed as park and open space due to the proximity of the park area to the west. However, due to the fact that there are residential to the south and to the west and to the north, staff feels that this would be best served as being developed as residential. The subject property is currently undeveloped and heavily wooded. The request is to enter the city of Fayetteville as a SF-10 zone property. The surrounding properties to the north is Lone Pine Point Apartments, as well as a United Steel Workers Office. To the south are the cottages at North Ramsey and Fairfield Farms. To the east is Long Hill Elementary School, as well as South River Electrical Corporation. Staff is, the Zoning Commission and Planning staff are recommending approval of the map amendment to SF-10. The proposed zoning map amendment does implement the policies adopted in the future land use plan and the comprehensive plan. The uses are permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification, and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area. The proposed change is in accordance with the existing or proposed plan for the area, and there are no other factors that will substantially affect public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. At this time, staff is asking that council hold any questions until after the public hearing. We do have Mr. Kaiser on the line to answer any questions that council may have.
All right, thank you. Ms. Baptiste, council, with that, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, please call your first speaker.
Mayor, we have 2 speakers for this item. The first speaker is Mr. Jimmy Kaiser.
Okay, Mr. Kaiser.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Since the previous time that this project was up before you, there has been a meeting of the Fairfield Farms Homeowners Association, at which meeting I think the next speaker, Mr. Michael Caney, was present to provide information to the HOA members and answer any questions that they may have on the project. From that feedback, most of the input that he received at that meeting, and I'll let him elaborate further, but he was able to address the comments that he had, that he received at the meeting. As discussed before, this is an extension coming out of the existing Fairfield Farms. There's a piece of land that's going to be incorporated in this development that's already in the city. That land is owned by McKee Homes. Then we would extend over to Mr. Clark's property and ultimately tie on to McCloskey Road, which would probably serve as the main entrance for this development in the future. We'll have 2 entrances. It will also provide a secondary emergency access for the overall Fairfield Farms development, water and sewer by PWC. I'd be happy to answer any other questions that the council may have. And like I said, I think Mr. Caney has some other information that he can provide in his presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Madam Clerk, please call your next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Mr. Michael Caney.
Mr. Caney, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Michael Caney, and I work with the developer proposing to develop the subject site. And as Mr. Kaiser indicated, we did have a meeting with the Fairfield Farms HOA. We actually had a preliminary meeting with a few select members and board members. And then we also presented the proposed project at their annual HOA meeting. And as Mr. Kaiser, I am also available to respond to any questions or provide any additional feedback that you may have. Thank you.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we'll close the public hearing. Council, I'll look to you for questions or action. I did have a question for Mr. Kaiser. So I know Ramsey Street is a very busy intersection. I did hear you say that the parcel that's at the front of this, there will be an emergency exit or entrance. Can you hit that part again for me?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So right now, Fairfield Farm only has one entrance out on Ramsey Street. It is a signalized intersection. This project will connect Carswell Drive through the new development over to McCloskey Road. McCloskey Road ties back into Ramsey Street right there at the South River Electric Membership Office. So by default, we will be providing a secondary emergency access to get into the back of Fairfield Farms. If anything was to happen up there at the front that would make that entrance inaccessible for emergency vehicles, there would be a secondary access now with this development that would allow them to go down McCloskey, turn on Carswell, and then come back up that way if it was needed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Jensen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you can see, the north side is growing by leaps and bounds.
Uh-oh.
New houses everywhere.
We're getting along good tonight.
Yes, yes, we are. So with that being said, and again, I do want to say that the residents of Fayetteville Farms came out and we had a very lively discussion about what was going on in their neighborhood, and I appreciate that. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion that the initial zoning from Cumberland County PND to R10 to single-family residential 10, SF10, located off McCloskey Road, totaling 40.69 acres, and being the property of William E. Clark, represented by Jimmy Kaiser of Mormon Kaiser. I make a motion that we approve.
All right, there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem for approval of item 8.02, seconded by Councilmember Hare. Any discussion on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes. Those in favor? Bless you. All right. All right, Madam Councilmember Ingram.
Green.
Councilmember Waddell.
Green.
All right, Madam Clerk, it's unanimous. Motion carries. Item 8.03. Juan Valdez himself. Oh, Ms.
This
Baptiste, okay.
Taurus. This is case, good evening. This is case number P21-40. The applicant is Lori Epler of Larry King and Associates. The owners of the property are Karen Eel, Richard and Karen Johnson. This is a request to conditionally zone 4 parcels from single-family residential 6 to limited commercial conditional zoning. The properties are addressed as 1464 Bingham Drive, 6309 Crestwood Avenue, 6309 Denver Drive, and 1492 Bingham Drive. Altogether, the total acreage for this property is 2.56 acres, and it is located in District 6. Staff did recommend denial of this project. However, the Zoning Commission recommended approval. As you can see from the subject property map, the property is located just east of Bingham Drive and to the south of Crestwood Avenue and to the north of Denver Drive. According to the zoning map, you can see that the parcels surrounding this property and the parcel itself are currently zoned as single-family residential 6, and the property across the street are all zoned single-family residential 10. According to the land use map, this area is best served as being developed as neighborhood improvement, and neighborhood improvement is defined as allowing higher density redevelopment and missing middle housing. As you can see from the pictures, the subject property are currently have residential homes and manufactured homes on the property. There are currently 7 homes located on this property, and the request is to rezone to limited commercial conditional zoning with the condition that a bar, nightclub, and cocktail lounge not be allowed to develop in this area, on these properties. To the north of the property, to the north, south, and west of the property are all single-family residential, and to the east is a church. The Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request. Planning staff recommended denial on the proposed rezoning from SF10 to limited commercial conditional zoning based on the following. The proposed development does not implement the policies adopted in the Unified Development Ordinance and is not supported by the future land use plan. A rezoning to limited commercial district would detract from the overall area, and the proposed conditional rezoning is not compatible with the current zoning, UDO, or overall growth pattern of the area. At this time, staff would ask that council holds any question until after the public hearing. We do have several people to speak on this case.
Several. Maybe
Not
my
several.
list isn't updated. Oh, okay. All right, Ms. Baptiste, you got jokes tonight, huh?
No,
All right.
We have two speakers.
All right, with that, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, please call your first speaker.
Yes, sir. Our first speaker is Miss Laurie Epler.
Ms. Epler, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mr. Johnson's wife purchased the first of these lots in 1989. It was a mobile home park at the time, and he purchased 2 additional lots in 2015 and the 4th one in 2020. He's accumulated these parcels with the intention of replacing the existing mobile home park with a development that would increase the value of this and the surrounding properties and provide a service to the neighborhood. Previous councils have denied 3 other rezoning requests, as you see in your packet. 2 of those were for non-residential, and 1 was for a mobile home park, which is what it was when the UDO zoning was assigned. None of those requests were conditional zonings, and the owner didn't show them what he planned to do. So this conditional zoning comes to you in an attempt to allow City Council to see exactly what he has in mind. As you can see from our site plan, we proposed a convenience store with gas sales and 10,500 square feet of shops with an area for outside dining. You can see that we've met the requirements for a buffer in the rear. We've got adequate areas to achieve landscaping required and can accommodate the required stormwater system. Our site will conform with the ordinance. NCDOT has required 2 turn lanes for this project, which the owner is willing to construct in order to keep the site safe for customers entering and leaving, in addition to the neighborhood back behind him. In case you aren't familiar with this area, let me give you an idea of where this is. If you leave Rayford Road on Bingham Drive and go toward Hope Mills, this site is about 1.25 miles down on the right. From Rayford Road to Bailey Lake Road, there is no business to purchase a meal, personal services, gas, or limited groceries. That's almost 2 miles. At Bailey Lake, you have Food Lion and 3 shops. From there, it's another half mile to the convenience store and the shops at Painters Mill Drive. That's 2.5 miles with nothing but Food Lion and 3 shops to serve all the neighbors in that area. Staff seems to believe this area which should stay residential. This owner doesn't have the space to develop a subdivision or apartment complex. There are very few buyers for a single-family residence on Bingham Drive with a traffic count of 19,000 cars per day. There are thousands of residents who live within a mile radius who would benefit from the products and services he can offer in half the distance they now travel. There's a need for this type of development in this neighborhood. It appears the land use plan calls for neighborhood improvement at this location. According to the 2040 land use plan, the policies for that designation focus on neighborhood improvement and reinvestment. Mr. Johnson is trying to reinvest, but the city seems to be content with a mobile home park on a major thoroughfare. This area needs development for the services and convenience it will provide, as well as the incentive for other owners to reinvest in their properties.
Ms. Epler, I think your time has elapsed, even though our clock is confusing right now. But
that's fine.
All right, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Richard Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you hear him?
Yes, we can hear him. Please state your name and address, sir.
Richard Johnson, 2672 Lake Up Church Drive.
Okay, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, I would just like to reiterate what she was saying about how the community that's there, I've talked to most of them and everything, they're very high on this happening, so they would have access to restaurant, a convenience store, gas, being available to them so they don't have to drive so far. That's the biggest issue a lot of them say they have is, trying to get to where it's convenient for them, and plus the apartment complex that's right up the road also. And definitely want to keep it family-oriented type setting, and the best thing for the community is the biggest thing, is making them happy. I don't want to do anything that's going to make someone upset about, what's going on there or anything like that. And even the church across the street has given me their blessing as far as what we were going to do there, that they're for it. They want it to happen, and hopefully we can get this done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May we have no further speakers?
All right, so with that, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Davis.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to make a few statements. Number one, that is my district. I drive that road every day. This does fit what's needed in this district. I spoke with Councilman Chris before he passed about a number of things that he would have done differently. And he says with all of the traffic on Bingham, that's one of the areas that really needs an opportunity to see that growth. That 19,000 a day on that road is a lot of cars. I also know that Miracle Temple is a multi-million-dollar facility that was built recently, last 8 months, right across from this location. And putting these barriers in is what allows their church members to get out of their parking lot on Sundays. So he's gonna pay to put that in, to put those concrete barriers, the same situation running on Cliffdale Road. He's gonna pay for that. This complex demands as part of the plan. To add, at the end of Rafe Road in Bingham, there's a big nursery they just finished. If you drive by there, you see it every day. They just placed it there. So there's a lot of growth in that area. I've asked a number of different people who live there, as well as people on Bay Lake Road. That gas station and those art parcels are going to be beneficial to the city, and it matches that high volume of traffic that's going up and down Bingham every day. So
Is that a motion, Councilman?
yes, sir. That's all.
All right. So it's a motion by Councilmember Davis to approve, seconded by Councilmember Dawkins. Any discussion on the motion? Council, I look to you for your votes. Those in favor? All right. Councilmember Ingram?
Green.
Councilmember Waddell?
Green.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations, you all. Look forward to a great project. Item 8.04.
This is the last legislative hearing for the night. This is case P21-44. The applicant is George Rose on behalf of Lenham Properties, LLC. The request is to rezone a currently split zone property from community commercial and single-family residential 10 to a complete community commercial zoning district. The property is located at 824 Santee Drive and is approximately 0.26 acres and is in District 9. Staff and the Zoning Commission have recommended approval. As you can see from the subject property map, this property is located to the north and south of Santee Drive, just above Yadkin Road, and to the east of All American Free Expressway. As you can see from the zoning map, this portion of the property is currently zoned as community commercial, with the rear half of the property zoned as single-family residential 10. To the north of the property is community commercial. To the south is mixed residential 5 and community commercial, and to the east of the property is single-family residential 10. The future land use map identifies this area as developing as a regional center. Regional center is classified as an area generally suited for commercial centers with regional draw. The subject property is a property that is currently split zoned as community commercial in SF10. The request is to go to all community commercial. The subject property is currently developed with an existing Vietnamese cuisine and Oriental grocery store. The applicant is seeking to expand the business by building onto the rear SF10 portion of the property. The surrounding properties to the north is an automotive parts sales store. To the south is an automotive sales lot, and to the east are residential homes. The Zoning Commission and Planning staff recommend approval of the map amendment to CC based on the following. This zoning map amendment implements the policies adopted in the future land use plan and the comprehensive plan. The uses are permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification. The proposed change is in accordance with existing and proposed plans for the area, and there are no other factors that would substantially affect the public health, safety, morals, or the general welfare. Mr. Freeman handed you guys some information that Mr. George Rose submitted to the office today to show that he did some extra stormwater initiatives to help alleviate some of the concerns of the adjacent property owners. Mr. Rose will be on the line to explain the map and the exhibit to you guys.
Right, so thank you, Ms. Baptiste. With that, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we have 3 speakers for this item. The first speaker is Mr. George Rose.
Mr. Rhodes, can you hear? Mr. Rose, can you hear us?
Yes, this is George Rhodes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate, Mr. Mayor and Council, the opportunity to speak to you tonight. As Jennifer said, I have just submitted today a revised site plan, which I think you have, that shows in the northeast corner where we've added a small grass-lined stormwater retention basin. This was done in response to a meeting I had with 2 of the Shetland Drive property owners on Friday, and there seemed like their main concern was stormwater runoff from the addition to the existing building, because the drainage pattern is generally northeast down Shetland Drive towards their residential properties. So the compromise that we worked out was that we would put in a shallow swale on the edge of the subject property, leading to a small grass-lined basin that I have done the stormwater calculations and sized it so that it would fully contain the 10-year storm. I've been in contact with those 2 property owners. It may be the 2 speakers that have signed up, basically all weekend, exchanging emails, and my understanding is that they are satisfied with the compromise, although they may have some questions for me or for council, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have of me.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Madam Clerk, please call your next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Mr. Ron Sable.
Mr. Sable, are you there, sir? Mr. Sable, can you hear us? Is he on mute, Jeff? Mr. Sable, can you unmute your phone, or *6, I think? Yeah, Mr. Sable, can you *6 so that you unmute yourself?
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
We have you. Yes, sir.
All right, fantastic. Good evening, everyone. I kept myself signed up specifically because I was unavailable to respond to Mr. Rose. Him and I and Mr. Bullock did have a meeting. It went very well on Friday. I did review the updates in the planning, and I feel like that he's been able to satisfy my concerns. And I feel like it'll be a good move forward with the additional site plans. That's all I had for the group.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Frank Bullard.
All right, Mr. Bullard, can you hear us? Mr.
Yes,
Bullard,
can you
are you
hear me?
there? Says he's talking, but we can't hear him. Mr. Bullard, can you unmute?
I'm trying.
All right, we got you. Yes, sir.
All right, thank y'all for the time this evening. As Mr. Rose and Mr. Sable said earlier, we did have a meeting this weekend, all went well, and we've come up with a reasonable compromise as the plans are drawn up now. It's like they're, thank them for the neighbors of, coming together and working out a reasonable agreement for this. With that being said, I think it's a good compromise for our little small neighborhood. And I would just like to add anything that, any major revisions they have to do for construction, whether maybe they should reach out to their neighbors, and keep this good dialogue going, anything that, during the construction process, whatever, that may have an impact to the neighborhood. That's all I really wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bullard. Certainly makes our job a lot easier when residents get together. All right, so Madam Clerk.
No, we have no further speakers for this
All
item.
right, with that, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Kinston.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to thank the council because on August 23rd, this was pulled with some concerns that Mr. Sable and Mr. Bullard had. So this did allow them the additional time to be able to speak with the developer. So at this time, I would like to make a motion for the approval of the rezoning of the split zone property of community commercial CC from single family 10 to community commercial CC for 823 Santee Drive, being represented by George Rose.
Second.
All right, well, that's a motion by Councilmember Kinston. Councilmember Dawkins had threw up a hand signal. Councilmember Ingram, y'all were very close at that time. But the second by Councilmember Dawkins. Any discussion on the motion? Council, I look to you for your votes. To those voting to approve, hand. All right, Councilmember Ingram.
Green.
Councilmember Waddell.
Green.
All right, motion carries unanimous. Council, let's take about a 5-minute break. We have evidentiary hearings coming up, public hearings following that, and other business. We'll be back in just a few minutes. So. Well, we need the answers before that. All right, council, we'll call the meeting back to order. Item 9.0, evidentiary hearings. Mr. Juan Valdez.
Guess I have to do that again because of the train and other effects.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Torrance Freeman, Planning and Zoning Division Manager, as well as faithful City of Fayetteville employee. Tonight we have two special use permit cases that will be presented by the applicant with action to be taken by the City Council. All individuals wishing to speak as a witness should have signed up before the start of the meeting. There are several members here to speak. Madam City Clerk, could you do the swearing?
The speakers we have for this evening are Mr. Mark Candler, Miss Zelina Artis, Mr. Tyrone Simon, Miss Julianne Harrelson, Mr. Delbert Susia, Mr. Hank Parfit, and Mr. Micah Nieboer. And I apologize if I mispronounced anybody's name. So if you could all please.
Can't hardly hear Pam.
By affirming their swearing tonight, the speakers must provide competent material, substantial evidence to the City Council under oath, for which they have done. Next on the agenda, we'll do the staff presentation. But before then, Mr. Mayor, could you ask if there had any conflicts between members of the City Council regarding these two SUPs?
So as a repeat, are there any council members that have any conflicts with the potential cases that we're about to hear for the evidentiary hearing? If so, please indicate. All right. This time I now open the staff presentation, and we'll open up the evidentiary hearing.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Council. The next hearing we have before you is case SUP 2105. This is a special use permit request for a child care center at 4770 Lakewood Drive. This is in District 6. Just to give you an idea of where this is located, this is just south of the intersection of Lakewood and Fisher. You've got an elementary school here just barely off the map. And here to the north is some undeveloped commercial property. And then if you continue down Lakewood, you get to the Harris Teeter down at the intersection of Lakewood and King. Currently, the property is zoned single family 10. And our land use plan does call for low density residential. However, daycares are permitted use in that district, provided they meet certain standards, along with getting a special use permit. This is the house that's in question. It is an existing structure that they're looking to convert into a daycare. Just some photos of some of the surrounding neighborhoods. To the north is a piece of vacant property. To the south to the east are some developed single-family residential developments. This is the preliminary site plan for the proposed use. Lakewood here to the bottom, having a kind of a U-shaped drive with parking spaces along the drive in the entrance. The existing building, and then the play area would be here in the back. And as you can see, fencing provided all the way around from the sides around the rear of the property as well. Staff does no longer gives recommendations on SUPs. So if you have any questions after your public hearing of staff, we'll be glad to field those at that question. But at this time, Mayor, if you'll open your public hearing.
This time I now open the evidentiary hearing. Ask the applicant to begin, make their presentation of the case.
Mayor, our first speaker is Mr. Mark Candler.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Mark Miller. I'm the applicant. What we are trying to do on the owner's behalf is obviously special use zoning for early child care and/or daycare. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those. As I've gone through what the city planning and zoning has given back to me, it looks like they've kind of approved us for this intent. This evening, I have had the opportunity to have our proposed tenant, Ms. Artiste, here. She would be able to also answer any questions that you could have specific to the use of the property where she's going to occupy. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And can we make sure that that mic is adjusted? Yeah, but we were able to make out enough, I think, sir. So you're here available for questions, is what I understand.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, we need to be able to hear in here. All right. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Miss Selena Artis.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Artis. Can you please state your name?
Thank you. Zelinda
Address?
Artis,
And your address, please.
2398 River Chase Place.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm just here as the tenant, and if y'all have any questions to ask me, I would be more happy to answer them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Mr. Tyrone Simon.
She's renting the house.
My name's Tyrone Simon. Reside at 3027 Blockade Running Drive.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. My property is right behind the property they're asking to build a daycare or rezone the daycare for. The problem I have is the hours that they're asking for. Well, I have several problems, but one of the problems is the hours that they're asking for, 6 days a week from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. I think this is, the hours are too long. I think it's going to impact me using my property and to enjoy my property. If I want to, sit out in the back and do things, I'm have children back there. Looking out of my window and my kitchen table, I can look from my window directly into the area they're talking about, a play area for the children. If I am walking around my property with a shirt off and some child looks inside my window and say, "Hey, Mom or Dad, I see this guy looking out the window with no shirt on," that becomes a problem for me. So I think that this should be disapproved, not only for the hours, the increased the increased traffic that's going to come down Blockade Run and Drive. There's already a problem with speeding down Blockade Run and Drive. And I don't have the map in front of me, but if you notice the map, a lot of people cut through Blockade Run and Drive to get on that main street. I believe it's Fisher. And the home is right on the corner of Fisher, behind my home. They also identified as putting up a chain link fence. And in their proposal, it stated that when they make adjustments, it would not distract from the community. Our community covenants require that there be wooden fence up, and if they're facing the street, it should be white in color. And additionally, they said there's going to be room for 25 tenants, and that's unclear to me. It's tenants, 25 children, or 25 parents? Because if it's 25 parents with 2 children, that's 50 children. So I think that the increase in noise, I think the increase in traffic, I think the area that it's going to be located in will have an impact on me and my property. And that's why I'm requesting that the board disapprove this request.
Thank you, Mr. Simon.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we have no further speakers. Thank you.
All right, so with that, we'll close the evidentiary hearing.
Mr. Mayor, before you close the hearing, I believe that the applicant has requested an opportunity to present additional testimony and respond to the concerns of those in opposition.
Okay, well, we'll reopen that.
Thank you again to all. Recommendation that I see from the zoning and planning specifically, I'm going to touch on a few points and just go down the list. The tenant occupant is going to be the children as a whole. It is not going to be the parents staying on site. The lot size specific is 20,000 square feet for a child care center. We're just above that at 20,908. Speaking specifically about any type of fencing, the fencing is on that 0.49 acres only up front. That does not stretch to the rear of the house, what may be that field behind the house. It does mention chain link fence, but it also mentions that if it is abutting residential, that it's going to be a 6-foot high privacy fence. The operating hours, I believe, is from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. If we could get a correction on those hours. According to the application, the proposed use of the overall area and its use can support or will support the adjacent neighborhood. The special use avoids significant adverse impact on surrounding lands regarding service delivery, parking, loading, odors, noise, glare, etc. The statement is, based on the application, the current site is existing, and any additions to the site will have met the requirements of the UDO. The special use is configured to a minimum adverse effects, including visual impacts of the proposed use on adjacent lands. According to the applicant, the site is already developed and has been in the area since 1956 and will maintain the look of a residential property. According to the applicant, attached site plan and Cumberland County area photography, this property is already developed, and the proposed site plan demonstrates how this property meets, again, the requirements of the UDO. And I believe In the TCR report, there are specifics that we're going to have to meet. The fencing is one of those, parking is one of those, and the occupant load, again being children, cannot exceed a certain amount. And if I may reiterate those hours, it'll be closing at 5:30, opening at 7 a.m. In communicating with the Department of Transportation, specifically, we were inquiring about a potential volume. The volume itself was how much volume could be handled specific to the requirements of a potential turn lane. And I do not have that in front of me at the moment. But Troy Baker had mentioned to us that the way it exists today is okay if we have the occupant load of less than, forgive me, but I think it's about 23. Ms. Ortiz can tell you what the traffic pattern is, but that would be in, parents drop off. There will be a staff member come and escort the child into the door. Could we go to the map of the front of the home, if that's possible, please? And what I'd like to do, I'll speak a little louder, but if I may, I'm gonna come up to the screen. What is planned is that the inner position is gonna be to the right, and the exit point would be you circle around and cut right, if you will. This may transform into a door where the children would enter. Parents pull up, one comes out, greets the child, and then takes them inside. Again, Ms. Ortiz can tell you a little bit more about the pattern of walking. Would there be any questions that you may have?
Seeing none right now, but what we'll do is, if there are no other rebuttals to
Yes, sir.
the statement, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and then entertain questions from council, so
Thank
stick around. Yes, sir. Mr. Simon?
Sir, just one clarification. He stated the hours change. I was not aware of the hour change, but still, is the day still Monday through Saturday?
It's Monday through Friday, sir.
Okay, so it is Monday through Friday or Saturday? Friday.
Monday through Friday.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, we'll close the evidentiary hearing. Council, questions? All right, Councilmember Hare and then Wright. Oh, is this the list? Oh, Councilmember Kinston, Hare, Jensen, Wright.
Is it Kinsler first?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Simmons, I do have a question for you. So with the hours of the daycare changing and it not being on Saturday, I do want to make sure your house is to the back of the daycare, of the proposed daycare?
I have. Where? Okay, so this is the property.
Mr. Harmon, can y'all put that on the screen?
Okay, there it goes.
Okay. So this is the property they want to rent out the daycare. This is my property right here. And it backs up. As soon as I open my gate, if I step out, I'm on their property. I'm at the daycare.
That's the back of his house.
Okay.
You still recording? So this is the property, this is the daycare.
That's his
My
backyard.
property. I was looking for, my property, I'm sorry. This is my property right here. And there's an opening here, but if I step out of this opening, I'm standing on the daycare's property from this point on. And so when I look out my kitchen window, the area that he was pointing out, saying that there was gonna be a fence around, that's gonna be the play area that I can look directly at through my window, and they can see directly into my dining room. But dining room and living room, but the living room not so much. If you step to your right, they can't see that much into my living room, but part of my living room and my dining room, they can look right into it, as well as I can look out into them.
Okay.
Chris.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. So, sir, what I was thinking that my fellow council member was headed to with the, I won't say new, but with the other objectives that they just told us, the time and the day, where are you with supporting from there? Now, because they said that it's Monday through Friday, and you said Saturday, and they said, you said 5:30? Yes, sir. And I think when you stated, you said 6 or another time, 7? What was
7.
it?
So
7. So you.
So the
you've got a
documents
great-
I received had those hours from 6 to 7.
Yes, sir, I understand that, but I'm saying now that you've heard this, is it more support?
It's more supportive. However, I would like to address the issue with traffic, because one of the other issues is there's a blockade runner they use as a cut-through. Instead of going around, they use it as a cut-through, and cars drive through there, and every morning, kids are there on the school bus stop. There's like 4 bus stops on that main street, where I call it the main street, blockade runner. And I can see, instead of waiting at the light where to get backed up in the morning, people cut through blockade runner to get to the daycare. And it's going to increase the traffic. So that is a concern now, is how they're going to address that issue with the traffic coming through there. That's an issue. That would be my only other issue. With the changing hours and all that, I'm okay with it, because I'm not here to try to stop a daycare. I just don't want my property value dropping, and I want the safety of those kids at the bus stop being a consideration in this.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've got most of my questions answered. Mr. Simon? My question is, so as I'm looking at the map here, you're the second house in, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're not on the corner. When you go to your backyard, is that the front of the property or the back of the property?
That is the back of the property.
That will be the back of the property?
Correct.
Okay. Do you live in a one-story house or a two-story house?
I live in a 2-story house.
Okay.
However, just to let you know, I don't go upstairs that much.
Okay.
But I'm mainly downstairs because my master bedroom is down there. And because, I do have
I get it.
PTSD and all that good stuff, that's why I try to, that's why I don't have anything up at that window, because I enjoy the light that comes through that window.
So then my next question is, on the back of his yard will be a 6-foot wooden fence. Is that what I heard?
Presently, he has a 6-foot privacy fence.
Okay.
If I may, also presently, his backyard. If we could pull that map back up, larger view, thank you. What you have with the second entry of house here, this is that rear yard, that's up along the driveway. That would be the exit point. The play area is projected, if I may, to be on this far right corner.
Okay.
So the fencing of what that rear yard would be on this platted area is just this rectangular shape along the rear. If you can see, that's not along his yard.
Okay.
All right?
Could you say that again, please?
So, I'm sorry. No, please.
Say again, sir. Yes. All right. Map one more time.
Yeah, can we get the map back?
Okay. Gentleman lives in this second home. His home already has a 6-foot privacy fence. The rear corner to rear corner that abuts what is the proposal of is already a 6-foot privacy fence. That is on the exit pattern of travel for the automobiles. The play area, this is the residential dwelling that is for the The play area is going to be in this far right corner away from his property. Far right corner. This rectangular shape to the rear of this structure is the rear fence. That is not up against his property, if you will. That is what would be a 6-foot privacy fence. The rectangular shape behind the daycare.
So.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may. So as I'm looking at the picture here in our slides,
Yes.
I see the home where we want the daycare, but behind it I see a house, but I'm not seeing any fences.
It does not exist today. It is under the TRC that we have to pull a permit. If it's approved, we have to pull a permit and go through the
So
layers.
the house that I am looking at in this picture is not Mr. Simon's house?
That's the problem.
Go to the house with the driveway, put it up.
That's the side of it.
Yeah, with the driveway in the front of the house.
There you go. You want a front elevation of 47.
Yellow
I-
house
Yeah,
is
I'm
the
trying
to
subject
get there.
property. You're talking about the house to the
Behind-
left of it?
yeah. Yeah.
With the
Talking
hip
about
roof.
And I saw the
Right
plan.
there, right
Yes, yes.
To the left.
So if we had an actual view of this, if I may, that we could pan over. His home would be here, gentleman to my left, and there would be a 6-foot privacy fence there.
Okay, and I understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
So- And now that I understand that that's not Mr. Simon's home, but
Yes,
I'm trying to put myself in Mr. Simon's shoes right
By all
now,
means.
or be in the house that's behind the other house.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I guess Mr. Simon has a fence, but does his next door neighbor have a fence?
That's a very good point, and the answer to
And-
that is no,
Okay,
but
so,
one will be installed.
okay, that is my question.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
there will be because I'm looking at the picture and I asked a question about the fence, and I understand that Mr. Simon has a fence, but now his neighbor doesn't have one.
That is correct.
So is his neighbor gonna have to put up a fence, but what you're telling me now is the daycare's gonna put up a fence?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know. And I saw in the thing that it's gonna be a roundabout, so kids are gonna
Yes,
come in, they're gonna get dropped off, and they're gonna go out.
That's right.
So for them to go through blockade, it's gonna be very hard, because they're gonna have to come up and then go this way, so it's gonna be easier for them to come and go this way.
Yes, ma'am.
So I've got all my questions answered. There will be fencing around everywhere. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Wright?
I have no further questions. My question has been answered. I was concerned about the privacy fencing as well, so I understand all that's gonna be taken care of. Thank you.
Councilmember Ingram?
My questions were answered, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dawkins?
Are you gonna close the?
I've already
You've
closed it.
All right, Mr. Mayor, if it pleases the council, I'll make a motion. Has everybody gotten all their? Okay. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the special use permit to allow a child care center to locate in a single-family 10 SF10 zoning district, be located at 4770 Lakewood Drive, totaling .48 acres plus or minus, and being the property of Fadi S. Al-Hobishi.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Dawkins to approve.
Eight findings of fact.
Mention the 8-5.
Yeah, with.
With the 8 findings of fact. I
Yeah.
didn't see that listed in my, yeah, thank you.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Dawkins to approve with 8 findings of fact as listed. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Banks McLaughlin. Any discussion on the motion? Council, I'll look to you for your votes. Motion to approve. All right, Councilmember Ingram?
Green.
Councilmember Wardell?
Green.
All right, those voting opposed? Councilmembers Hare and Davis. Motion carries 8-2. Wish good luck to you all. This was a tough one, I mean, but we had to go off of a very tight parameter, so hopefully y'all will work things out. So, God bless. Thank you. All right. Item 9.02, special use permit to allow separation standards for downtown bar zoning area. Mr. Harmon.
Yes, sir. This is property located at 123 Hay Street. It's about 1/4 of an acre. It is in District 2. And this is a special use to allow reduction in the separation standards for a bar in the downtown. The property in question is this very thin property right here in the middle. Directly across the street from this property is the Capitol Encore Academy. It's about 100 feet or so separation across Hay Street. And then there is the Baptist Church right here, which is right at the very edge of the 500-foot area. So there are two of these buffer issues that are within this 500 feet from where this use is looking to locate. However, one is separated by a lot of buildings and a couple of roads. The other, however, is directly across the street. This is zoned downtown. And this is a permitted use in the downtown as long as they meet the 500-foot separation standard. The 500-foot separation standard can be reduced by City Council through a special use permit, and that's what brings us here tonight. This is located in our downtown district, in our land use plan as well. And just a couple of photos of the existing property here. It's currently an antique store. And then across the street, again, you've got the Capitol Encore, you've got Gaston Brewery, you've got other shops beside of this. There is kind of an alleyway behind here to the south. And again, just remember that you do have to approve the findings of fact with your motion to approve or deny, depending on which way you lean with this. Mr. Mayor, if the council has any questions of staff, if you would hold those till after the evidentiary hearing.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Harmon. With that, we'll open the evidentiary hearing. Madam Clerk, please call your first speaker.
Our first speaker is Miss Julianne Harrelson.
Ms. Harrison, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. And good afternoon, Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Julianne Harrelson, and I'm from 109 Gillespie Street, Fayetteville.
Mr. Mayor, can Ms. Harrelson come up to this podium to speak?
Absolutely.
She has a PowerPoint that they're looking to display up here
Plus
as
your
well.
mic works a little better for some reason.
Yeah. So come on up to here and hopefully we'll have you.
Okay. Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of the Southern Pines Brewing Company in favor of the SUP, and we'll be addressing the 8 findings of fact. The owner of the company is also here tonight, and he'll be able to speak more towards the operational side of the business. Item number 1, let's see, how does this work? The special use would comply with all the applicable standards of Section 30-4C, use-specific standards. We do not comply with this particular item, as Craig said, with the 500-foot separation from childcare, religious institutions, and educational facilities. But this section does also allow for the reduction, as he says, and that's why we're here tonight. And we plan to show that there are no negative impacts on the surrounding uses. And we have a letter from the school stating they have no concerns with the tap room being across the street. And I have copies of that, and if you'd like, I can read that letter for you from them. Okay. It's addressed to Mr. Freeman. It says, at our meeting on Wednesday, August 25th, 2021, the Board of Directors of the Capital Encore Academy approved a statement of support for the request for a special use permit by the Southern Pines Brewing Company for their use of the building at 123 Hay Street that requires a variance from the Planning and Zoning Commission for maintaining compliance with the 500-foot rule. The Capital Encore Academy welcomes continued development by responsible businesses and organizations in our historic downtown community. We do not have any concerns regarding this business and their commitment to being a positive and responsible neighbor in our downtown community. Our building entrance and exit facing Hay Street is used primarily for deliveries and limited afternoon walk-up dismissal. Throughout the school day, our students and staff primarily use the old street entrance and exit from the building, and locations for recess and recreational time are located away from Hay Street to ensure that our downtown footprint and foot traffic is steered away from causing congestion or interference with commerce throughout the school day. And with all of these considerations in mind, the Board of Directors has no objection to the variance request by Southern Pines Brewing Company, and it's signed by Wendy Hustwit, Board Director, Jimmy Feebig, Board Vice President, and Gerald Falls, the School Director. And this shows where 123 Hay Street is and the Encore Academy and the Hay Street Methodist Church, which is 712 feet away, and then the First Baptist Church, which is 460 feet, but is behind an entire set of buildings right here. Item number 2, the special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding lands and uses permitted in this zoning district. In regards to the character of the surrounding lands, this is an existing building, so it's naturally compatible. We don't plan to make any significant changes to the front of the building. In regards to the existing uses, the block of Hay Street is completely commercialized. The Southern Pines Brewing Company would be an additional commercial use. Husk Hardware and Gaston Brewing and the Wine Cafe are similar uses that are in the vicinity. And there previously was a tap room next to Husk Hardware that's no longer in business. The Southern Pines Brewing Company is currently a thriving business in downtown Southern Pines, and they have a positive track record there, proving that they can be a vital contributor to the community and the downtown neighborhood. The hope is to bring that same sense of community involvement and cooperation to the city of Fayetteville and the downtown. And this is a couple of the businesses that I spoke about. This one's Winterbloom and Gaston Brewery and Antonella's. All have the outside dining areas. And these are photos of his downtown tap room. And this is his other establishment that is not downtown but is also in Southern Pines. And this is a picture of his existing outside seating area. So you can see it's very similar to the ones that I showed you earlier that are in the neighborhood. Item number 3, avoid special use and significant adverse impacts on surrounding lands regarding delivery, parking, loading, odors, noise, glare, and vibration. The Southern Pines Brewing Tap House has a rear entry, which you see here, and a parking area for deliveries. Trucks will be able to back off the street to unload and should not create any traffic congestion. Parking is available in the nearby parking deck, and also there's some on-street parking available. And there should be no odors or excessive noises or glare or vibrations of anything from this particular business. Special use is configured to minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts on the adjacent lands. This is the existing building, and at this time, the one thing that I do know that we're looking to do is to remove the brick from these windows that were closed in at one point in time and put glass back in those windows. But the building is an existing structure, and any improvements that are made will be compliant with the city standards, and we will submit for a certificate of appropriateness. And I'm going to go one more. So in this particular item, let me find my place. The special use avoids significant deterioration, let's see, water and air resources, wildlife habitat. Did I miss one? Can we back this up? I think I missed one. Yeah, did I? I think I did too. How do I back it up? Do you know? I think it's there. That's the one I needed. The next one. The special use maintains safe ingress and ingress onto the site and safe road conditions. This special use should maintain the safe ingress and egress, as most patrons will be using local parking decks. Let's see, this is our building right here. The parking deck is here, and then there is a parking lot right here. As mentioned previously, there's an unloading area in the rear for deliveries, and the building is currently an operating business that serves the community, and the change of occupant should not cause a significant increase in the traffic in the area that's going to impose or compromise road conditions. This item number 7, the special use allows for the protection of property values and the ability of neighboring lands to develop uses permitted in the zoning district. The building is going to be purchased and will be revitalized. There are a few repairs that will be made to the building envelope to eliminate any leaks. I think that's maybe the largest problem with the building, to eliminate any further damage to the building. The modifications to the building interior facilities, along with these repairs, will enhance the value of this property and help maintain the value of the properties adjacent to it. And with each building revitalization downtown, it's going to help create a favorable environment for future developments and encourage building growth in the area. In regards to item number 8, special use complies with all other city, state, and federal laws and regulations. The Southern Pines Brewing Tap House will be required to submit building plans that comply with the North Carolina Building Code, the Accessibility Code, Fire Code for all of the renovations, and anything that we do regarding the actual facade of the building. Will be applying for our certificate of appropriateness, and he will be required to apply with the North Carolina ABC laws. So we plan to do all of those things. So the renovation and the upfit for the Southern Pines Brewing Tap House should foster continued downtown redevelopment. They hope to contribute to the downtown community in a positive manner like they have in Southern Pines, and to be an asset that the city of Fayetteville is going to be proud to have in their downtown. And we thank you and would appreciate your positive consideration for the special use permit.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Delbert Soucia. Okay. Mr. Hank Parfit.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, and Mr. Mayor especially, also the manager and city staff. My name is Henry Parfit, and I live at 112 Hay Street downtown. You'll be relieved to know that my talk is going to be less than 3 minutes.
All right.
I must admit I had reservations about Southern Pines Brewing Company because it would displace a very successful antique store in that location. A store with lots of foot traffic and exactly the type of retail business that any revitalized downtown would love to have. Consultants tell us that brew pubs and tap rooms are good for a downtown because they make it alive at night. Well, folks, let me tell you, we're already there. Anybody who's been downtown the past 6 months on the weekend knows that. And you don't have to search very long downtown to find a drink. Besides the 3 brew pubs we already have, there's a private club, and almost all the restaurants offer mixed drinks, as does a tea room and a cigar store. And what's next, daiquiris at a bookstore? Remember, however, a healthy downtown also needs retail shops so that we have foot traffic during the daylight hours. Before deciding for or against, I did some research. My wife and I drove over to Southern Pines to, as it were, field test their product. The tap room there is well-designed, upscale, and very clean. I spoke with my fellow downtown stakeholders who were mostly supportive, although a number were concerned that we're losing a thriving retail business. The owners of Gaston Brewing Company, right across the street from where the tap room will go, said they do not oppose Southern Pines Brewing and that their name recognition may in fact bring more locals downtown. That's good. I even met the owner, who seemed very sincere, when he told me that the tap room here would be as nice as the one in Southern Pines, and that like Gaston's, they would have reasonable hours and would close well before midnight. So I have just one request, which I would like to be entered into the record, and that is that the special use permit be tied to the business and the owner making the application and not to the building or the location. I feel sure that Mr. Niebauer will maintain the highest standards, but what happens if in the future he sells the building to someone who decides to put in the seedy kind of bar that we all saw in the bad old days of Hay Street? Now, I know that there are some state guidelines that apply here, but please consider an addendum to the special use permit that restricts its conveyance to a like business. To conclude, with this cautionary note in mind, I do support the application by Southern Pines Brewing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parfit. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, our final speaker for this item is Mr. Micah Niebauer.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Micah Niebauer. My address is 154 Bellhaven Drive in Whispering Pines, North Carolina. Mayor Coleman, ladies and gentlemen, Town Council, I want to thank you all so much for having me there this evening to come and speak to you all. And I was told it's been a long night now for you all, and you've heard already a lot of good information about this. If I could say anything, I'd say, I moved here in 2004, stationed at Fort Bragg as an 82nd Airborne, 3rd Special Forces Group. I've lived on Morganton Road, I've lived up on Ramsey across the Methodist, I've lived Spring Lake, off of Camden, all around Fort Bragg. And we've been selling beer in Fort Bragg and in the Fayetteville market since the day we started opening our business in 2014. So we've already really love our relationship with the city of Fayetteville by making the Woodpecker Wheat beer and having man of law in most of the bars and restaurants in this town. And we would love to be able to have an establishment where we can truly be rooted in the community here in downtown Fayetteville. If there's one thing that I think our business does, and that's most important to me, while we make beer, what we're in the business of is building and fostering community. And while we love being able to get our beer in the hands of people that are doing that all over Fayetteville, we'd love to be able to welcome business owners and the town of Fayetteville into an establishment right in the heart of downtown on Hay Street and be able to do that ourselves. So thank you again so much for your time this evening. If you have any questions for me, please let me know, and love to be drinking a beer with you all sometime soon down on Hay Street.
Thank you, sir. All right, Madam Clerk.
No, we have no further speakers.
All right, so.
I'm sorry,
Ma-
I was reminded earlier and I was remiss. You should actually, for the evidentiary hearings, keep the hearing open so that if there are questions, the responses to those questions are a part of the
hearing.
evidence.
Okay, all right, gotcha. All right, so we'll reopen that. Entertaining questions, starting with Councilmember Kinston and then Wright.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One of the concerns that I had was when I was reading the information to prepare for tonight, it did have the letter from the daycare, so thank you so much for providing that to us. But I do want to make sure, one of the reasons why that came to mind was looking at your hours of operation, so it does so that you'll open up at 12 noon most days, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that was why the importance of the letter for the daycare, so thank you for providing that. I appreciate it with their support. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Wright.
Yeah, I see you have the name Restaurant and Brewing Company. You're gonna be serving food as well?
Excuse me, sir. Right now, our plan with us applying with the special use permit is our tap room in downtown Southern Pines. Jeff serves beer, wine, cider, and snacks. So we have cheeses and light fare like that, but we don't cook anything. And so that's part of the reason, because we don't plan currently to open a restaurant, that we need to do a special use permit where you have, Gaston Brewing straight across the street, but they serve food, they fall into a restaurant under that category. And we are a brewery, we like to make beer and create a good environment for people to come enjoy that, but have not tried to do food yet. Love food, but making it's a whole nother story. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to just add, the school they mentioned is not a daycare, it's a school, and it is also directly beside a brewing company, which is why I'm very glad that the school did supply a letter of support. But with that, I'd like to move to approve the special use permit to allow a bar to operate at 123 Hay Street, subject to all conditions identified and conforming to the current Unified Development Ordinance standards as presented by staff based on the standards of the city's development code and the evidence presented during this hearing, and that the application is consistent with applicable plans because one, the development is located in a downtown zoning district, and two, that this use complies with the findings listed, and three, the proposed permit is in the public interest because this proposed SUP does fit with the character of the area. I also like to add that if this special use permit shall, if once approved, the special use permit shall become effective upon approval of its order of findings by the City Council. The SUP shall expire 1 year from its effective date if a building permit is not issued I'd like to make this approval with all 8 findings of fact that are met.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Ingram, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jensen. Any discussion on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes. Those in favor of the motion? All right, voting in favor, Councilman Dawkins, Banks, McLaughlin, Colvin, Jensen, Kinston. Councilmember Ingram,
Green.
Councilmember Waddell.
Red.
All right, those voting opposed, Councilmember Waddell, hands for the opposition. Councilmember Waddell, Wright, Hare, and Davis. So motion carries 6-4. Good luck to you guys. All right. All right. Johnny, it's not communion day what you're asking for. All right. All right. I've been. All right, council, item 10.01 and 02 for the public hearing are kind of continuations of the previous items that we had discussed, although, Madam Attorney, because these are separate items with potential speakers, we have to do them separate. They're here. Okay. All right, individuals desiring to speak at the public hearing must have signed up to speak with the city clerk by name and address before 7 p.m. this evening. 15 minutes will be allowed for each side of the issue at the public hearing. Individual speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each unless by previous arrangement, single spokesperson is designated, by which case they may use the entire 15 minutes. When the clerk calls your name or acknowledges you, please begin speaking. Please clearly state your name and address for the record. You may then address the city council. At 30 seconds, you will have a timer that will ring to let you know that you have 30 seconds remaining. At the end of the allotted time, your time is up. At this time, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Nash.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. You've already heard all about this area. This is the hearing tonight on Greystone Farms. The staff does recommend approval of the annexation and effective tonight, September 27th. You see the other options that would be available to you.
Financial interest over there?
So we base this recommendation on the following. The petition was found to be sufficient. The property meets the standards in that it is contiguous. Both the city departments and PWC can provide services, and the budget impact should be positive.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nash. With that will open the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, our first speaker is Mr. Jimmy Kaiser.
Mr. Kaiser.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Doing good. Long time no here.
It has been a while. I'm here with Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Whitley. Most of the information on this was covered earlier with the rezoning. We'll be happy to answer any questions that y'all may have.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, our next speaker is Mr. Gregory Whitley. Whitley?
Yeah, can you all hear me? Yes, I'm here with Mr. Kaiser, Mr. Broadwell, and again, we all, I believe, said our information earlier, and again, just happy to answer any other questions that the council has.
Okay, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Mr. Doe Broadwell.
Yes, Don Broadwell, 903 Hay Street, Fayetteville, 28305. I defer my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Madam
okay.
Clerk.
Mr. Curtis Brown.
Once it gets late. All right.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm still here.
Okay.
There was one question that came up in a discussion the community had on yesterday. Don't know whether it directly goes to Mr. Broadwell and his engineer staff, or is it a PWC question? But the question is, there is a concern about the impact to the water pressure in current Greystone as it relates to the new development. And the question is, will there be an evaluation of some sort supplied to the homeowners?
Mr. Broadwell, no, Mr. Kaiser is the engineer. Any comment? You said who? What?
Yes, sir. Jimmy Kaiser. When we do any kind of extension, PWC, we have to do a hydrant flow test and water modeling to show that there's adequate water pressure for both fire protection and domestic use. That information is provided to PWC, and they won't approve the project if there are any issues with that. But we've already done the flow test modeling, and everything is fine out there.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Our next speaker is Mr. Scott Flowers.
Mr. Flowers, can you hear us?
He's there.
Mr. Flowers? Right. Right.
And our final speaker is Mr. Andrew Early.
Mr. Early, are you there, sir?
No, he's gone.
All right.
That concludes the speakers.
All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion that the annexation request for the proposed Greystone South subdivision located on the southern edge of Greystone Farms, totaling 29.89 acres plus and being the property of Don Broadwell Jr. and Broadwell Land Company, related to P21-36 initial zoning, which is SF15, for approval.
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jensen to approve annexation request listed. There's a second by Councilmember Dawkins. Any discussion on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes. Those voting in favor? All right. Those, that is Councilman Davis, Dawkins, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, Wright, Colvin, Jensen, Hare, and Kinston. Councilmember Ingram?
Green.
Councilmember Waddell?
Green.
All right, Madam Clerk, motion carries unanimous. Item 10.02, Mr. Nash.
Okay. I think I found it. Your last public hearing tonight, I believe. You've already seen maps and acted upon the initial zoning of Coventry Woods. It's located south of McCloskey Road. I'll rush through this. The map here, the area to be annexed is shown here on this map and shaded in blue. Again, to refresh you, this is McCloskey Road. Jumping to the options, you can adopt the ordinance tonight. That's what we are recommending. There are other options available. So this would be consistent with your prior action on the zoning case.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. That we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk.
May we just have one speaker, Mr. Michael Caney?
Mr. Caney, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just wanted to, again, here to respond to any questions that you may have. is open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, we have no further speakers.
All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion that the annexation request for the proposed Conventry Wood subdivision located on the south side of McCloskey Road, consisting of 40.69 acres and being the property of William E. Clark, related to P 21-37, the initial zoning be approved.
All right, there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jensen, seconded by Councilmember Hare. Any discussion on the motion? Council, I'll look to you for your votes. Those voting to approve the motion. Those voting in favor, Councilmember Ingram.
Green.
Councilmember Waddell.
Green.
All right, Madam Clerk, it's unanimous. Motion carries. Very brief, other items. Mr. Manager, 11.01, redistricting. Thank you, Mr. Nash.
Good morning.
Earning that money today.
All right.
Start that.
Any introduction needed, or should we jump right in?
I'll push it.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council. It is nice to be with you. We are here to talk redistricting, and we have some proposed plans to discuss with you. Before we get into that, let me just remind you, when we were here, it actually may have been August 30th. That might be a typo in the slide. But you all gave us the following guiding principles. First, to preserve the core of the existing districts to the extent possible. Second, to avoid pairing incumbents. Third, to keep neighborhoods whole to the extent possible. Fourth, to consider areas of future growth. And fifth, to follow geographic features such as major roads and waterways to the extent possible. Let me also point out our timeline. As you all know, we are under a very tight timeline thanks to the delay in the census data and a December filing period. So tonight we're presenting the 3 alternative maps. You have a public hearing that will be scheduled for October 11th to receive public input on these 3 proposed plans. And then on October 27th, the hope is that you will adopt a resolution that implements one of the selected plans. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Blake.
Thank you. All right, so you all have seen these next slides, particularly the current plan. We've looked at this in our previous meetings and our previous visits, so I will go quickly on this. It looks like the colors are showing up okay on the screens tonight, but the key thing here is to remember that the districts in their current configuration with the 2020 populations are out of balance. So looking at the bar chart here on the right, as a reminder, districts 6, 8, and 1 essentially are high, and districts 4, 5, and 7 are low. So the process that I went through at its very core was trying to transfer population from the ones that are high, 6, 8, and 1. And on the screen here, these are the ones along the northern boundary and the western boundary of the corporate limits. And then 4, 5, and 7 are the yellow, blue, and pink in this area here. So they weren't all next to each other, and it was an interesting challenge adhering to the criteria that Caroline mentioned. One of the ones that she mentioned was neighborhoods. I want to point out that the neighborhoods that I was consulting were the neighborhoods provided by city staff, and that's what we see on this slide. I've shown this slide in a previous session. But you can see, for example, places where these black lines are cutting across a shape of a color here. For example, there are a number on this boundary between 4 and 3, also between 4 and 9. So one of the instructions was to try and make neighborhoods whole. Another was just a reminder that we have to keep census blocks whole, and there were some issues with split blocks here. You can see that the current district boundary, actually goes through some houses. So one of the first things I did was to resolve all those split blocks. I found that there were more than 40 split neighborhoods, and I was keeping track for a while, writing down all the neighborhoods that were made intact. I've got a list of about 10 here. In the interest of time, I won't read through them, but I stopped writing down all of them. But I did want to spend a moment just pointing out some of the reasons that not all neighborhoods can be made whole. So the example here, the black lines here are the block boundaries. So there's a block boundary that I'm tracing right here that you can see. This larger block here actually splits part of Bonnie Dunes, part of this Farrell neighborhood, part of this one here, and then up into this Oakland area. It's splitting all of these. And for me to have tried to make all those neighborhoods whole would have involved going up into this area and then starting to take blocks up in here, and would have extended the, I believe this is District 9, up all the way to the boundary of District 3. And so basically there was no easy way to repair or make whole all these neighborhoods and put them in one district. I should notice here too that this part of this purple here is Bonnie Doon, as is this. So these are both considered Bonnie Doon, and there's some other places where, like this blue Lake Valley neighborhood actually goes across this street the way it's labeled. Ponderosa would be another example where you can see, if I tried, right now Ponderosa is split between the yellow and the orange, which is the background color. And by trying to, if I had tried to extend the blocks up here to add them to the yellow district, which is District 4, it would have started to then split up this Cottonade neighborhood. So just I wanted to provide some examples showing how it's not possible without making much more substantial changes sometimes to make the neighborhoods whole. So I have, these were the maps that were provided to you. I found that the last time the sort of more faded colors that allow the roadmap to be seen behind them were harder to see on the screen. So I'm just going to zip through these. You've had these to review for a while. These colors are much more vibrant, and I'll use these in the slides that follow to just kind of compare and contrast what was different about the three options. So option A was the first one I did, and if we look at the criteria that Caroline mentioned, this one is very much trying to minimize the changes, preserve as much as possible of the existing neighborhood. So if I toggle between this map and the next one, you can see they're not huge changes. And if I'm gonna jump ahead to this one that shows the change, these were not provided to you in the earliest packet, but basically what the dots show here is what the existing district is, and the background color shows what's proposed. So the biggest example here, again, remember 8 was substantially over. So this shows how District 6 would get a portion of what is now 8. Those are the red dots, and District 7 would also get a portion of what is now 8. So you can see here that looking at the entire corporate limits, there's actually not that much in the way of change. Most of the district boundaries stay the same in option A. I've got a listing here. I could itemize, kind of go through and describe where most of the changes happen and where they follow a road, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over that and just jump to this slide here that shows option B. Option B, you see more dots, and that means there's more change. There are more areas where I tried to follow the criteria of preserving neighborhoods as whole and also following major roads or water boundaries and things like that. So here the lines are cleaner. If I compare, for example, the boundary between, say, District 9 and District 4 here, you can see it's mostly straight lines, whereas if I jump back to A, you can see these are more jagged, a little bit more rough. So with option B, I made more changes, but that was in order to try and, again, follow roads, as Caroline mentioned. Option C has even more changes, but most of them are going to be in this area between District 2 and District 5, and also between, in this area, kind of up here, the western edge of District 4 and District 3. You'll see there's a substantial change in the Fort Bragg area up here. Just, again, trying to make this line clean and follow that road there. I've got the name of the road. Maybe, the boundary between District 8 and District 1, it's within Fort Bragg, major straight road there. I can find it if we need it, but the major changes between option C and option B are kind of in this area in the northwest and also in the southeast between, as I said, District 2, District 5, and a little bit of District 9. Again, if I just toggle back and forth between option B and option C, there's not a dramatic amount of change, but this option C is the one that has the most departure from the existing plans.
And once again, what did you say those dots meant? All those little dots meant?
So the dots indicate the color of the existing district. So for example, if you are looking at, let me choose one that's not on the seam there. Let me just hover over this area here. This is an area that was in District 7, or currently is in District 7. The current districts, one way to think of it is it's like breadcrumbs, leaving breadcrumbs behind. This is sort of what would be evidence of the previous district that was there. So that spot here is showing what is currently District 7 that's proposed to become part of District 6. The red over here is what's currently District 8 and is proposed to be part of District 6. And again, there are a lot more dots in option C than in option A.
All right, Council, let's keep it in order. We'll do this. A little bit more to cover, Councilman Wright, and then.
You go back to the map.
Sure.
Okay, I'm in District 7.
Yes, sir.
And if you go to C and B, you see that the leg, I call it an octopus leg that goes down almost, it goes all the way to the border of Hope Mills town limit.
Yes, sir.
And I don't think that's what, I don't like that, because that takes me all the way up from where I am in Cliffdale, almost going to the borders of Hope, all the way. I'll be in 2 different counties. My people will be so stretched out with that type of lineup. I like A because it keeps us more in, square distances, maybe like normal, like we had normal, staying in touch with what we had before, as far as 7 is concerned. But yeah, I don't like going all the way down through 2 other districts on both sides. You understand what I'm saying? But I know you're trying to get those numbers in, but I just didn't like the way that reached all the way through there like that.
So go to Councilmember Kenson Hare, and then Council, I want to remind us that tonight he's just presenting the options for the maps. Sir, what we talked about tonight was a couple of things before you were brought in. One, the council has certain questions. Council members have questions. We agreed that you wouldn't address us individually, but any questions that you have need to be given to the manager. We're going to call a special meeting date to be determined based on some information we'll ask you. That's one thing. But then the input for us to, several council members are giving you their suggestions, like you're hearing some tonight. We'll work through that during that special meeting. We need to know, what are your dates? What are your hard dates that you need and can make changes if the council chooses to not accept what you have or modify it? What's your hard date deadline?
I'm going to actually refer to Caroline for the process and timeline questions. I can refer to my calendar as well, if needed.
Yeah. Generally, Mondays are booked for us. Fayetteville is like most other local governments and meeting on Monday nights. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays are generally busier. So any special meeting that you would want us to be at would probably need to be a Thursday or a Friday. As far as the scheduling, you have to have a public hearing at some point,
I think
And,
that's the 11th, right, Madam Attorney?
yes,
Okay.
Scheduled for the, or was discussed that it would be the 11th.
yeah, so the ability to have another meeting between now and the 11th and to draw a new plan or to make a lot of changes is almost impossible, just with our commitments to.
So when is the last date that we can have a public hearing before your deadline?
November 17th is the deadline. That's when you need to have a final plan adopted, and we have to communicate that plan to the Board of Elections.
All right, so council, those are the timelines we set, so those are the parameters. Councilmember Kinston in here.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor. One of the questions that I had in option number 4 that we were looking at was the area of future growth. In developing and doing the map, for example, we approved neighborhoods today that are going to be developed neighborhoods. Of course, this is, for 10 years. So my question is, when you were doing the maps, how was the future growth accounted for based on looking at the next 10 years?
Yes, so if we could, I can't see the slide that's up right now, if we can bring up the, and I realize these numbers are going to be tiny, but this is, basically, it's a reformatted version of a sheet that you all were given. So the key column here to look at is the percent deviation. So that was definitely a consideration I took into account. You can see in the current plan, all these, there are numbers here that are outside of the plus or minus 5%. In all of the proposed plans, all these drafts, I made an effort to have the numbers that are low be the areas that are expected to experience growth. For example, District 1 is expected to have more annexations and new construction. So that is quite low. That's down almost to negative 5%. Similarly, District 6 and District 8 here, if you can see, those are the lowest ones. Basically, I tried to make the population for each of the districts that's expecting growth to be lower so that as the years go by and those populations grow, they will still be in balance with the other districts.
Okay. And then I have one other question. As we're going through this process and council members are discussing kind of, where the lines are, if there's changes that are made, or let's say one council member wants a change here to get something moved over, how do you propose making those changes without changing the whole map? Or is that even possible?
It depends on the size of the change. So there are times, we've got this plus or minus 5% wiggle room. So if there is, if it's a matter of shifting a few blocks, each of which has, 100 people, sometimes those won't have cascading effects. But as you say, it shouldn't typically affect the whole map, but it does often mean there's a little bit of a domino effect, and changing something here means something else needs to be changed. So this is part of why we try to get sort of the overarching guidelines and come up with plans that are an attempt to address those overarching guidelines. And rather than having sort of individual requests, those get harder to accommodate, as you cite, because then there's a sort of an iterative process of going back and showing that and figuring out if the numbers work and would the revised version be acceptable. So,
Sir, we do have a couple more questions, so we can kind of
Please.
condense the answers if you can. Councilmember Kinston, will you finish?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember here.
And I do understand what you're saying, but just like it's difficult for you, it is also difficult for us when we can't, for example, like if the map was up there, we would come up to the screen and show you exactly what it is that we're speaking from about, instead of kind of giving you what we're saying, you sort of thinking you understand and then sort of put it together. That's why I think we kind of keep missing a little bit from the very beginning, before maps were drawn, we talked about split neighborhoods. And I saw what you tried to do, for example, with District 4, with all of your maps, and especially with the live maps, I could see a whole lot better than I can with the paper maps. The neighborhood that I live in, I have one side of the street. The other side of the street, right across the street from me, I do not have. That was something that I introduced from the very, very beginning before maps were ever grown or drawn to fit within the objectives that we had written. Then when what we had discussed. And then when I went all the way out to as far as the west side of town, I was very specific in using streets as borders and staying on one side, which was very close to what was presently in place. And it didn't seem, we couldn't reach. It was not even like it was considered. And so whenever where we're sitting and we're talking to you like this with you up there, the diocese, it's kind of difficult maybe for you to see. And now we're in more of a crunch for November the 17th, and we're not any further in what was given, because I gave within the boundaries that we made that information to you. So it's like it's like it was not even like considered.
Thank you for providing that explanation. I think in the process of coming up with the districts, there is the challenge of weighing one council member's input as well as the broader criteria that were approved by the entire body.
Correct.
So one of the things that I have to balance is, should Councilmember Hare's suggestions, which were not voted on, which were not brought before the meeting, it may be that everybody has read your emails and that silence is an indication of approval, but my primary consideration in the drawing of the districts is the information that the guidelines that were presented by the entire body. And I did certainly consider your emails. I think there's also, maybe there's a question about Broadell Homes, one of the neighborhoods that you mentioned.
Yes.
According to the GIS data provided by city staff, the maps do keep the Broadell neighborhood in one piece. It's not divided. So that may be something where
So you're saying that I probably overlooked that?
no, you may, I think the city staff's representation of neighborhoods is based on actual subdivision identities. So there's a neighborhood called Broadell that, based on what was in the data the staff provided, is not divided. And this,
Well,
I've experienced this in other places where people may have a different opinion about what a neighborhood's boundary is. This is true all over the country where, some folks who've lived in the same neighborhood may have a different idea of where it extends to. And so
Okay.
I did rely on the
I
city's data.
understand, and I'm just trying to get you to understand where I'm
Yeah.
speaking of.
So-
And I know it's Broadell and Seabrook, we're all there together. And for example, Seabrook Road, that's the street that I live on, okay? That is the same street that E.E. Smith High School is on, which is maybe 2 or 3 blocks. I mean, I can walk up there to the area. So that neighborhood and where I live are all the same. They may have other different little names in there, but we're all the same neighborhood. And I live in the neighborhood, been there 20 years. So sir?
I'm just, on my screen, I'm showing this right now, and it might be, if it's okay.
Well, here's what I want to make sure that we focus on. I guess what what Councilmember Hare's concern was the concern of many. They individually sent you suggestions and they didn't see it reflected. I understand your point is that you have to move based on the consensus of the council, not just each time an individual council member. So I think what is being proposed, we talked about it earlier, that we need a meeting to come up with and select the changes that we will submit. I guess that'll be the final reiteration. So if Councilmember Hare wants to suggest something that has some consistency with Seabrook Road and Broadale, and maybe Councilmember Wright didn't like the octopus leg that went down to Hope Mills, or Dawkins had something, or Banks McLaughlin, what you're saying is that you only make changes based on the body's instructions or directions, correct? Because I don't want us to get too far into individual neighborhoods and street debates tonight when we have to have a meeting to settle all of this to present you something.
Right. And we mentioned in a previous meeting, one of the other council members asked when was going to be the discussion about, well, I'd like to have this, this neighborhood in my district, and I'd like to have this neighborhood in my district. And when Councilmember Hare expresses a preference for having an area that is not in the district as it's currently drawn, what about the council member representing the district that does include that area? Is that person okay with it? These are the things that it's tricky to include that as part of the process. So, and as Caroline mentioned, the amount of time to do this, were you? Oh.
Yeah, I was just also going to mention the ability to make changes is always impacted by the population requirements, and that's the first step. And then, the other criteria that were discussed. So just keep that in mind as we talk about having a meeting to make additional changes. It may not be possible to incorporate all of those, especially if it's a situation where a census block splits a neighborhood or something like that. But we can discuss that, but just keep that in mind.
Where is the response to the input from the council? Because it looks like a lot of that was excluded. It looks like you guys came back with your recommendations, and now you're telling us that it could possibly be too late. But we have the discretion, as long as it's adopted by November 17th.
That's right.
To make whatever dates we want to make. So where are the council's input in this? Because if not, it seems like you all are driving the process.
Yeah, no, we are not driving the process at all. We received that input, we compiled it. Some of it came, unfortunately, after the plans had already been drawn.
But how do you draw plans without input, I guess? I know you went on guidance, but those were just drafts, correct?
Right. So we had the meeting to discuss the guiding principles.
You gave us drafts.
Had the drafts.
And so at what point did you expect drafts to be amended or input to be given from drafts?
That is up to you all.
Well, that's what we're trying to say, is that
yes.
That process needs to happen before they're adopted, I think is their concern.
Yes, sure.
Okay,
and
so
we can do that.
It being too late is not quite the right answer for that.
And it's not too late. Let me be clear about that. It's
All
not
right.
too late to make changes. You don't have to choose A, B, or C.
Okay.
We just have to have something selected, drawn, revised, adopted
By
November 17th.
Okay, gotcha. All right. All right, so we do need to speed this up, guys. Councilman Hare, I think that hit it. We go Councilman Ingram, Wright, Banks McLaughlin, and then we have to move on. Guys, it's 11:30. We still have 2-3 items to go, so. A lot of us start this day at 6:05.
So I was actually going to ask if there wasn't any other questions to receive the draft plans and call for the public hearing. But I did have a question before all of that. So when we talk about the criteria or council's input not being there, I understood it that the council's input was the guiding principles that we set for the maps. And this is directly to the consultants. Is that a part of council? Do you count that as being a part of council's input? the principles, I guess, we set for how the maps are to be drawn?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I think it was Mr. Manager that said earlier that a lot of the questions or a lot of the input that was received by email was directives more than question. Is that how you would perceive that?
I don't know that I would use the word directives. There were some questions. I know with the earlier drafts before the interactive map was available, for example, someone asked if there could be a map that showed a particular road more clearly. So there were some things that were more in the form of a question, other things that seemed more in the form of suggestions. And as Caroline said, some of them were after the drafts had been completed.
Right, but when you even talk about the question of seeing the roads more clearly, you provided that in a bit of many different ways. But I'm also interested in so I'm trying to understand the council and their concerns, but I'm also trying to understand how that plays together when I guess being said council's input is not being taken into consideration, but we had the way the maps were drawn were based off the principles that the council put in place, which really couldn't call for much to be done. But like I'm saying, I get what Councilmember here is saying and everybody else. I'm just trying to figure out how that is I guess is being taken, that the council's input are not being considered.
To be clear, and Councilmember Ingram and others, and this is why we'll need a meeting to work through this. When we gave them the guiding principles to use, those were principles that may apply in a number of scenarios, but may not apply to specific neighborhoods and streets unless we give the input. That's the input that they need. He would know, even though he used the guidance we gave him, that Broadale or another street may be a consideration that the council wants to include into the changes, as long as it fits within the formula that he has, which is, a certain percentage of population, don't split neighborhoods, don't do this or that. That could apply across the board. He needs specific district input if you all want to give that. That's the point is. That will take place
I get what you're saying, Mayor Colvin. I do get what you're saying wholeheartedly.
Right. Yes, ma'am. What I want to get us back to, I'm going to let you finish here in a second, because we still have two more comments and we still have 2 or 3 more items. Tonight is just to see and receive these drafts. There's some dates that we want to propose to set a special meeting, first week of October. Set a hearing maybe for the last council meeting that we have in October to adopt, hear from the public and adopt if you choose. And that gives them time. They would have already made the revisions and we would have adopted that. But I think that November 17 is the hard date, according to what they're saying, that we have to be finished with the process. Everything else is up to the council. But go ahead and finish your point. I do have Councilman Wright and Banks McLaughlin, then we have to move on.
I'm prepared for the motion whenever.
Okay, I'll circle back to you. Councilmember Wright?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and based on what we've discussed, I was looking at some of the dates, and I want to propose that we put the public hearing on the 25th of October. That would give us time to get a special meeting between then and there. If we have the 17th of November, which is the dead drop date, we still have time to come back and look at that as we propose a special meeting. So I would just say a public hearing for the 25th, if that would be acceptable to the council. And that would give us time to kind of narrow down individual districts and what our likes and dislikes are, and give you time to get back to prepare what we've given you. And to some degree, it may not be at all what we want based upon the numbers, but that would give you time to adjust.
All right.
And that was my proposal.
All right, so I'll circle back to that. And council, based on what they've said Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, if we want their input, they're not available typically because those are your busy days. But Thursday, so if you looked at next Thursday, that would be the 7th, which, we certainly could call a special meeting for then if you choose to do it.
I have a conflict, actually.
Okay, the 14th?
Let me check. I'm afraid I have a meeting on the 14th as well. The 13th, actually, the Wednesday, the 13th.
So you are available on Wednesday?
That week, yes, Wednesday is available for me, but Thursday is not.
All right, we have some-
Caroline's
have-
shaking her head.
All right, first or second week in October, I guess you'll work with the manager as to what date the special meeting of council will take place. We would probably need one of you either present or on the phone or available via Zoom, so y'all can let us know.
Carolyn and Blake, the public hearing that the council has to have, they have to have a public hearing on a map that they plan to adopt, or do they just need to hold a public hearing on what's before them at the moment, and then they can change that following or do they have to have a public hearing on the final before it's submitted?
The statute leaves it very open. There are no requirements about where in the process or when it happens, if I'm.
I think that's right. I don't have it with me, but.
So not to game the system, but you could technically hold your public hearing on the 11th on the maps to receive public feedback and still go back and do your special meeting, or vice versa. But I think that the only requirement that we have as a staff is having enough time to adequately notice the public hearing, and of course, for Carolyn and Blake to be able to package it for us to submit to the Board of Elections. So,
The benefit of that is you would be able to get public input and then advise us on changes based on that
Okay.
public input.
Okay. All right. Council, if you're amenable to that, we can.
May I, as a point of clarification, if suggestions are coming in the meantime, if folks are making recommendations, should I be considering those as amendments to all of the options or just one?
I wouldn't make any changes until the body has given you the final direction. There may be 5 changes apiece coming in. We've got to work through that on our special meeting to tell you these are the changes to incorporate, I think. So that's
Okay.
kind of what our thought is. Because you may get several from several. All right, yep. All right, so council, if we can, I guess, Councilmember Ingram, you wanted to make a motion to receive this report, or Councilmember Wright with the date, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just for clarity, because at our last meeting, I thought we were only reaching out if we had questions, not suggestions. Was that incorrect, and the reason I ask is because then that makes it political. And I think that's what we talked about before. We wanted the residents to have input, and we didn't want to make that decision without bringing them to the table. And no, that's what took place. And then we said we voted for you guys to bring back, you brought back the 8 guideline principles, and that's what we went off. So I'm not understanding how was suggestions being put out there when it's only supposed to be questions. Did I miss some? I mean,
I don't
because that's
remember that
from
level of
the
specifics.
last meeting. It wasn't that we supposed to been giving suggestions. It's supposed to been that we were supposed to only if we had questions, because if that's the case, they're going to receive 50 million emails from each council member pulling them in direction of, hey, we want this area, we want that area. When in reality, it's supposed to be about the citizens giving their input, not so much of council members giving input. And that was the whole purpose of the 8 principles of guidelines.
Well, I do remember council adopted the rules so that they'll know what to apply.
And that's what they brought back.
Right. But this is a council process. We can't leave that up to them. So I think as council, as you represent your districts, the public hearing gives you a chance for the public or citizens to watch this and say, hey, this is their opinion. But at the end of the day, the council's gonna have to vote, make a decision as to what these maps look like and adopt it. They're going through this on the state
I understand that.
levels right now.
I mean, I understand that at the end, we do have the say-so.
All right. So, council, thank you, Councilman Banks. So, council, right now, I think there was a proposal to receive these maps. There's a setting of a dates, because council, we have to move this 11:45.
I just have one question, so I'll know, so are we able to send emails with suggestions? That's what I'm
Yes,
trying to
ma'am.
find out.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then what will happen at our special meeting at the established time and date, then council will have to work through those suggestions, just like we do a strategic planning, to get to a consensus to give them for final revision. So with that, Councilman Wright or Ingram, whoever's making the motion.
So yeah, I was move to receive the draft plans as presented and call for a public hearing to be October 11th.
All right. So there's a motion by Councilmember Ingram to accept the draft with a public hearing set for October 11th, seconded by Councilmember Wright. Any further discussion? Council, I'll look to you for your votes for that. Councilman Wright. All right. Councilman Hay, you,
We said we wanted the public come, then we'll come back.
she just did it in reverse. You know, you get input and then the special meeting will be after that. Okay, all right. So, Councilmember Ingram?
Yes.
Green?
Green.
All right. Councilmember Waddell?
Green.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, vote is 9-1, voting opposed, Councilmember Hare. All right, so we'll get some dates out as soon as possible, special meetings, and we know about the public hearing date. So look forward to seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Item 11.02, Chief, I know we've heard the strategy. I guess you need some money.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, that a motion?
Head center.
I don't know, she hadn't said.
Or can I put this real quick?
Yeah.
I saw that I had a typo. I went back.
Dude, I don't like it going and coming late, and I'm on TV.
Perfect. Let's go in here. There it is.
That's the old one. Oh,
No, it's in the 80s. I apologize. No, that's fine. You're good. I know. I'm just gonna do the PDF.
Sir.
I know that Chief Hawkins is here and loving her presentation, but essentially, what's in your packet is if you accept the crime-fighting strategies, then you are directing us to come back when we do our designations to fund those items. And the chief can literally load just one page I don't know if it's got one page in it, or y'all can just say yes and we can keep it moving.
Well, I think everybody's in agreement. We want to give you the tools you need. I think it would be kind of responsible to just tell the citizens how much money we're talking about.
I will
be bringing back a request soon to ask the council about some other things you could do. I know we have some. It's easier for us to get some one-time hit money than it is for recurring salaries. I know we're working on that, but as a company, if I have a goal, sometimes I offer incentives to my employees if they hit it. And so even if it's one-time stuff, so I'll bring that back to council at a later date. But you want to tell us how much you want or need?
This is really quick.
Very quick.
This is very quick. You already familiar with the strategies and like the micro grant? That's $250,000, focusing on topics of conflict resolution, crime fighting strategies. This is really for the community to bring ideas and bring initiatives that they have, and also giving educational opportunities for them to learn how to write a grant within this. The next one was the public and private technology in order to incorporate private cameras, and that software is $100,000. Violent interrupters. These are 4 individuals that would be working within the community as part of the community, and that can do more than we can do as the police department. They're, they have validity within the community. Just increasing we normally give Crime Stoppers $3,000 a year because they've had challenges. I'm recommending $10,000 this year because they've had difficulty raising funds for this last because of COVID. That helps with tips, and these are software that will be able to help us focus on repeat offenders. We already contribute to this software. This is a different module. That's an increase of $16,000, almost $17,000. And then just continue to fund the same things that you already had funded in the past. That's the research analyst, and we're still looking at gunshot technology, detection technology. So that's it. And the rest of it's going to come back later, as you said, talking about personnel. Thank you, sir.
Was it? All right. So, council, look for a motion for action on this.
Mr. Mayor, can we just get a total for that? I was trying to add it quickly. Were we at 785,000 or where are we at with that?
810.
What is it?
810. 810.
Okay. Thank you.
And Chief, that is notwithstanding any grants or Crime Commission grants or state, federal grants you might get, right?
No, sir, that's
All
not.
right.
General fund?
Basically, if you guys can make a motion to accept that and direct us to come back with it as for.
So is this out of general fund or in her $60 million budget? We gave
It would
already?
be from designations, unspent funds, as we close out the last fiscal year. We would be coming back with a list every year as we do for designations. But we would also look to see if there were other funds, as you suggested, Mayor, from grants
Okay.
or other sources.
All right, so, all right, Council, all right. It's a motion by Councilmember Dawkins, to accept and appropriate, seconded by Councilmember Wright. Councilmember Ingram had a question? All right, council, any discussion on the motion? Look to you for your votes. Appropriation of this. All right, Councilmember Ingram,
Green?
Councilmember Waddell?
Green.
All right, Madam Clerk, it carries. All right, Chief, spin it wisely, huh?
Thank you, sir.
You always do. All right. Council, so last item, 11.03. I don't know. Staff, whose turn is it? It's ours. All right. It's a continuation from previous meeting, reference to the acceptance of the appointment committee recommendations. Go to you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to once again make a motion that we move ahead on all the committees with the exception of PWC to get those. We are now holding up some of our. Okay.
There's a motion by by Mayor Pro Tem to move ahead with the exception of the Public Works appointment. There's a second by Councilmember Dawkins. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Only discussion I'll say, and I know it's late, you guys, I think all of the appointments are important, PWC particularly, but just as the urgency is there to move these, we have to be intentional to work through whatever we're going to work through on that. But that's all I'll say. Motion on the floor. Any other comments? All right, Council, I'll look to you for your votes to move that forward. Councilmember Ingram?
Green?
Councilmember Waddell?
Green.
All right, those voting for, Councilman Dawkins, Banks McLaughlin, Jensen, and Kinston. So Ingram and Waddell. So motion carries. Move that forward. Now, Madam Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I would suggest is that we have two applicants that we seem to be gridlocked on. I would like to bring that back to I don't know if it's the right thing to bring it back to the appointments committee or we bring it back to full council. I know that Councilmember Wright at one moment in time had said that we could bring them in, the two applicants that we could talk to. I tried to call a meeting, that did not work out for boards and commissions, so I am up for any suggestions that we can move this forward. I think we're very blessed right now that we have two applicants that we all believe in.
Say that again?
So one of the suggestions is to, I guess Mayor Pro Tem is saying to do a personal interview. One suggestion is take it back to appointments committee. I'm not sure based on how everything is going, if that does it. I know we didn't have the special appointments committee meeting because of absence of a council member or so. And then you always have the option for someone to nominate, make a nomination and move forward. But council, open that up to suggestions about how next steps to work through it. Did you want to have in-person conversations or interviews? Okay. You want it to go back to appointments committee?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to put Colonel Porter's name up for a vote, up and down vote at this point.
Second.
All right. There's a motion motion on the floor by Councilmember Wright, seconded by Councilmember Dawkins to nominate one of the suggested persons in the package, Colonel Porter. Any discussion on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes on the motion to appoint Colonel Porter. All right. Council, that is Councilman Dawkins, Davis, Wright, Colvin, Hare. Councilmember Ingram?
Red.
Councilmember Waddell?
Red.
All right. Councilman, so those voting opposed, Councilmembers Banks, McLaughlin, Mayor Pro Tem Jensen, Kinston, Waddell, and Ingram. Motion fails 5-5.
So, with that being said and that being happened, we have to make, Councilmember Kinston.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to make a motion that we bring the applicants in for an interview at this time.
Who?
The two.
The two applicants.
The two applicants.
We had like 9 or 10.
We're talking about the two.
So needs to be on the record, which two?
Which two, Councilmember Kinston?
It will be Colonel Porter and Elisa Devon. Thank you.
At the next meeting?
When would we like to do that? City Manager, can you give us any guidance on this?
Your next meeting, I think, is October 4th. Is that right, Pam?
So work session, that's perfect.
Yeah. October 4th, and if you would like, we can do it, schedule it for the beginning of the meeting, if you'd like to do that.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. There's a motion by Councilmember Kinston. Was there a second? Second by Councilmember Banks McLaughlin to bring applicants in for meeting. All those, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? All right. Was that everyone? Councilmember Ingram?
To what?
Red.
Okay, Councilmember Waddell?
Green.
All right, so Madam Clerk, it's 9-1. I was voting opposed. Councilmember Ingram. All right, council, look to you for a motion to adjourn.
Everybody has to stay 1 minute.
What?
Like I said.